item of business is approval of the special meeting that we had on June 3rd. The minutes. Thank you. Okay, public comments, and we do have a few tonight. Remember, a 4-minute time limit. Was that first name? Who signed up first? Please. I'm sorry. You have doctor qualities. Oh, yes.
Okay, my name is Emma. You know that. So I was come today because I was here that you have some agenda about that livestock and other issue in Georgetown. I don't know if that's true or not. But anyway, I was come to talk again about same problem because it's not just that is city ordinances in violation with that subject that escalated too far away. That is law in question, like I have problem with trespassing and harassment on the side of same people. I was bring here one they call medical dictionary. And I will read you what medical dictionary said about companion animal, and it's regardless of that paper, what somebody told me that they have some doctor paper that they must have pig like a companion animal. So this dictionary said companion animal is dog, cat, pleasure horses, bird, mice, guinea pigs, and more exotic species kept by human for company. So I don't hear, and I don't know that pig is considered exotic species. Wasn't be till maybe a year ago, but I never hear about it. Another explanation of what is companion animal, they said, that means that any animal that is kept inside a residential dwelling and any dog or cat, regardless where it's kept. Companion animal does not include livestock or any wild animals. So that is about it. I was bring here my cellar, and I have maybe 100 picture made from my video camera, which I have on the house, of violation of all that ordinances. If you are willing to see that, I will be glad to show you. If not, I have to say something else about it. Resident 220 Colony Boulevard. That resident have violation in too many point of view, if you like to say. They have a fire hazard there, they have health hazard there, and they have environmental hazard there. Health hazard is garbage and junk around house, animal feces. Then you have rodents there. You have possum, raccoons, all kind of bugs and animals. Then you have fire hazard is when the house is not kept well, and garage is full of clothes and wooden furniture wood, which can cause fire because it's filled up from bottom to roof. And that is the reason why 6 cars standing park all over the street, because it's garage full of garbage. Then you have environmental hazard, which is oil split from car, which is not in drivable condition. And I was called police too many times, and nobody do absolutely nothing about that subject. There is big spot of oil, engine oil on the street. And if that oil come in water sleeve, then you have serious problem in Georgetown. So car shouldn't be kept there if it is not in driving condition. I will like either say to all of you that I have really nothing against. I'm a very big animal lover. I was be member such a long time for ACPCA, for protection animal, and I really like animals. But I not agree that pigs and poultry and any kind of livestock should be kept in the city. If somebody like have that type of animal, maybe you can make some decision which will be fair for everybody, for people who don't want it in backyard, and for people who like to keep that animal. Let's say maybe you can form some agriculture zone in Georgetown, which is farther from residential building, or maybe you can make a decision that the animal should be kept maybe 50 to 100 feet far away from other residents. So then in that point, you will make me satisfied and other people, and you will make satisfied people who won't keep that type of animal in the city. But must be some ruler how close they should be.
Your time's up.
And where. Thank you so much.
We're going to discuss the animal ordinance tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Stacy Wilson?
Hello. Some of you all know me as Stacy Duncan back in the day, so it's good to see some of you that I haven't seen in quite a while. Today I'm requesting permission to hold a 5K run walk event on September the 7th at 6 p.m. The event will be timed by John's Run Walk Shop and will be the same course as previously been used in Georgetown. This event is called the Finley 5K Run Walk for SIDS awareness. All profits from this will benefit the Ellison family. Some of you may know this family from Georgetown, Scott County School Systems, Georgetown College. Their son Finley, William Ellison, passed away from SIDS on May the 14th of this year. He was only 105 days old. I've worked in the medical field many years, and when I think of SIDS or talk to patients who have lost a baby from SIDS, I assumed that was they had something around their face or they suffocated. But Finley was just in his car seat taking a nap and just simply forgot to breathe. So this family is very special to me, as you can tell. So I was at a loss of what to do for their family. What do you say? The day of Finley's funeral, I was doing a 5K run in Georgetown that morning, and it just came to me, I need to do this. I need to set something up for Finley. And with their permission, we've organized this event. My partner, Samantha Eddington, I think spoke with Tracy to tentatively get this on the calendar, and so I'm just basically here to get this approved for that day and time. We have spoken with Lieutenant Whitaker, I believe, at the police department, and we know to contact them about a week before the event to know how many people we expect for the event and that kind of thing. We also are currently looking for sponsors for this event, so I have that information if anybody has any interest in taking part in sponsorship. I also have flyers about the event also. As many of you have children, grandchildren, nieces, or nephews, this is something that we think will never to happen to us or anybody that we know. But it can happen to anybody, and it took this baby boy way too soon. And I just hope that this race will be an annual event to help the Ellison family. Thank you.
Mayor, can we get that information on our website?
Yeah, absolutely. You have the flyer and so forth, Stacy?
Yes.
Yes.
I'll make a motion.
Any other questions? Jenny can get the information from you and put it on the website. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed?
Several packets.
Thank you, Stacy.
Thank you. I'm sorry for the emotion. Thank you.
Mr. Bryant?
Mr. Mayor and ladies and gentlemen of the City Council, my name is Ron Bryant, and I'm here representing the Scott County Heritage and Cultural Association, and I'm going to ask a request tonight. And sometimes I feel like I go hand in hand always asking for public things and help, but then I'll just do this very quickly. I would like for the city to please consider, if they could, of assisting us this year with the fireworks program. That is one of the largest events in Georgetown, Scott County. In fact, it's the largest one-day event that we have. We had an estimate of last year between 11 and 14,000 people attended those fireworks. So it is something that I feel that is very worthy, especially during this time when a lot of our young men and women are still serving in foreign lands fighting. And the 4th of July is supposed to be something that is really, really a great American thing. And as our second president, John Adams, once said, we should celebrate that with fireworks. But I should give you a little history lesson real quickly. He was talking about July the 2nd because that's when the Declaration was actually signed, but we pushed it to the 4th. So I'm just asking for the 4th here today. And if you can, I would really like it. And I have been asked by the council to present a figure, and that is up to you all, of course, of any assistance possible, but a figure of $5,000. And if you can consider that, I would be most grateful, and I appreciate your consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ron.
Ron, before you leave,
Yes.
If the funds don't come around, there won't be no show this year.
This
That's
is
very
true.
simple.
We every year we have tried very hard to raise the money from private sources, and as you all know, the economy is not as good as it should be in Kentucky and locally. So we're trying very hard to get that money. We have gotten so far, and I've got to admit to you that this money would probably help us achieve it this year, and it is very important to me to that, and I appreciate Mr. Thompson you bringing that up, because I hate to always look at you all and say, well, it's not going to happen if you don't help,
Right.
because that puts undue pressure on you, but it is the truth. It
Well,
won't happen.
If I'm not mistaken, across the street here, they've donated $5,000.
Yes.
Am I correct on that?
Yes, there has Toyota has donated $5,000 also, so we are coming up with quite a bit of money, and there's a lot of individuals who've given smaller amounts, of course, but it always takes those big lumps of money to get us over the top of it. So.
Well, I talked to Stacy earlier, and she was going to look on the budget, not next year's, but our budget currently now, if there's any funds in there, and I don't know what she came up with. So.
I think there's a couple of possibilities. We have a couple of revenues that come in higher than usual, but I did look at some of the general government budget line items to see if I could. I think that there are a couple of line items that don't have to bring a budget amendment to you all. I can reallocate to other relations. And then you all agree to do this. So.
They about cleaned me out last week.
That's next year's budget, Mayor.
Okay.
Well, they came last year and asked for it, and we didn't do anything last year. I'll make a motion that we go ahead and give the $5,000 this year, because he's correct. It's a big show, and it's taxpayers' money that's looking at it. And I don't know whether some people agree or not, but I think it's a great thing. So I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Take the fire.
One thing I think of more than anything else, we just passed a fireworks ordinance,
Mhm.
and we're trying to put a damper on some of the private, bigger displays we see in Georgetown that turn us into Beirut. And I think having a fireworks show down at the county park, where that everybody's there, kind of cuts down on the demand for the kind of private aerial show. So I'll say.
Well, they not just do the fireworks. You have an all-day event.
We have
out
the
there, and
parade.
That's
We do
really
the parade
nice.
Yeah.
also that day. We have some musical events through the day. We try to make it a very good celebration for the 4th of July.
Any further comments? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr.
Was-
Mayor, you had to put me down as abstaining from the vote because I'm a member of the board, so it'd be a conflict for me to vote.
But you would vote for it, though, wouldn't you?
I worked last
There you
year.
go.
Getting
Yeah.
behind.
I know.
All right.
Tell you.
We'll look into it, Ron.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm sure Stacy will be able to come up with. Mr. Price?
Mr. Mayor, before Steve comes up, if I could,
Yes,
something
ma'am.
I need to, it goes along with Ron, is to, since I'm on the board, is to ask for the street closing for the parade on the 4th. If we could close it from 9 till 11 and close Main Street so we can have the 4th of July parade.
You got that, Chief?
Yes. Do you know if there's any other events after 11 o'clock, or is it just?
Not closing down the streets. Any other events would be off of the street and then out to the county park. So if we can just close our usual
Oh.
parade route for the 4th of July, starting at 9 and which should be back, the parade's at 10, and so we should be back open by 11. We can do that.
Now, we normally have to submit that to the state. I know Kitty used to do that. Has that been done as well?
I don't know if it's been done.
Yes, yes, we have to give the state permission because it's state highway.
Yeah.
Okay.
HGI's taking care of that. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Okay, very good. Now, Mr. Price.
Are they gonna vote on it? If you all will vote on it,
Oh.
so we make sure we have a 4th of July.
Is that your is that your motion?
Second.
Well, I guess I really shouldn't be the
There you
motion,
go.
so you
Well,
all
that should be part of the other motion, but that's all right.
Motion second. Close this.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstain. Okay.
Hold on.
All
Mr.
right.
Price.
I'm Stephen Price. I live at 167 Rucker Avenue in Georgetown. I come with repeating a suggestion I made maybe 2 meetings ago. And after the meeting, the suggestion involves fall pickup or autumn pickup of fallen leaves from the curb by the city of Georgetown. And I've heard this council, I've heard the mayor insist that you continue to provide services, that's your duty to provide services. But if you ask me, picking up people's leaves is a disservice to the people. If I had a child and I saw my child was lazy, I would say, hey buddy, you got to get up and get the work done. And this is what you need to say to the people of Georgetown. We're not going to take your leaves anymore. Rake them to the back fence. It's just as easy to rake them to the back fence as it is to rake them to the curb. And then if people will have this resource, this fertilizer, compostable leaves at the back fence, or the back, if it's not a fence, say the back boundary. And if they don't want to raise a garden, you can't force someone to raise a garden, but those leaves piling up at the rear of the property will become a resource for the future, or they can sell the leaves. It's a negotiable. It's a maybe you call it a fungible. That's a stylish word these days. Fungible resource, composted leaves. If the people don't want to raise a garden, they could sell them. And I approached Mayor Vonnie after that. I said this before the last time, and Mayor Vonnie says, "I don't believe in raising a garden." Isn't that right, Mayor Vonnie? What'd you say?
No. I didn't say I don't believe. I said I don't want one. It's too much work.
Okay, all right. Well, okay, good.
I'd rather go to Kroger.
Okay, well,
Hey.
I come to you as a pedestrian, as a bicyclist who travels the streets of Georgetown without any machinery. And I'm going to tell you that the machinery, the most obnoxious, loud, offensive, obtrusive machinery in the city of Georgetown belongs to the city of Georgetown. I'm talking about fire truck number 1. I'm talking about these garbage trucks. I'm talking about the leaf pickup, vacuum machine. A man that's got money, the first thing he does, he mechanizes. Have money, will mechanize, and that's what the city has done. And I'm saying that all that machinery that you send out to do all this work is a nuisance because of the noise it makes, number 1, not to mention the fact it's unsightly industrialization of the streets of Georgetown. And when it comes to people's leaves, you are doing them a disservice and a diseconomic service by offering to take their leaves. And people, as you know, are lazy. They will take the lazy way out. And if you offer them that lazy way out, they will let you take the leaves, and they will avoid any possibility of raising a garden at home. And in the current Georgetown News graphic, there's a big anxiety in the cover story about how we're going to how the city and county are going to manage all this influx of people that continue to come to Georgetown. And this is one way to deal with that is to help people stay at home so that they don't drive so much. And gardening at home accomplishes that. And I'll repeat, does anybody know, has anyone ever seen this before? Does this ring a bell with any of you?
A recycling something?
Yeah, have you seen this anywhere?
In your hand right now, but not lately.
It's from our city department.
Right.
I'm sorry?
It's from our city department.
Yeah, well, this was copied from right out here in this display board in the entryway, in the foyer. My time up?
Yep.
And what does it say? It says recycle, live it, believe it. Recycle should occur at home without this mediation by the city and all its machinery. Thank you.
Ms. Western? Jamie?
My mom's my girlfriend. She's the one that's
Oh, okay. Judy?
Hi, my name is Judy Gazy, and I live at 220 Colony Boulevard. I have been there for 4.5 years. Until the past year, when Emma moved in, we never had any problems. Since February, there have been 14 calls to the police department, which now is also court enforcement. They come out, they look, they go, yes, okay, move your trash over here beside the house. It's minor things like that. As far as the pig and the 2 chickens, well, we're going green. I mean, Wilby is a little pig, and he's really sweet. He's not like a farm pig. I mean, he's not this big hulking pig. He's this little pig. And the 2 chickens were my granddaughter's 4-H. You know, 4-H is really important. It teaches kids a lot of different things. It's educational. It teaches them about the animals that they're dealing with. And, you know, they learn a lot that way, taking care of something else besides themselves. That's about all I have to say. Thank you.
Now, Ms. Western.
I'm here on my daughter's behalf. I think she tried to email everybody. She's at a teen conference tonight at UK for 4-H for the state council. She did have a petition. Unfortunately, I could not get it run off. It would not unload. There's 329 signatures that we have from Scott County alone. That residents that would like the chickens ordinance to be where there's an exception for them, because people do use them for backyard pets, as well as farming their eggs and things like that, plus the FFA and Scott County. Our club had to disperse because they're not allowed to have any chickens here in Georgetown, and you have to live outside. It has to be in the rural areas. My pig is another issue. My pig is in the house. He is on a lead. I have pictures as well. He is on a lead when he's outside. He has a harness. He goes for walks. I've even had the police stop. The rest of my neighbors all have signed this as well, stating that they have no issues with the pig or the chickens, because I have 2. And the chickens that are closest to my other neighbor, they have no problems. They actually think it's a great idea because their kids are learning about our chickens. They watch over the fence and all of that, and they've got little kids. My daughter also, I think, emailed everybody about the thing that was on 36 News about chickens in Lexington. They're allowed all over, plus the ordinance from all different places from around Kentucky. She's very, very adamant about this because they have brought her out of her shell. She's 16 now. She's hearing impaired. She has a heart problem, and she has some learning disabilities. This has brought her out of her shell so much. Just getting those awards and going up in front of the judges and everything and having to talk to people about her chickens has really brought her out of her shell. This petition that she worked on it all of herself. All of the emails that she did, there's, I guess, 329. and they've all signed it. Everybody else would like the same thing. Again, they're right there. Our chickens have a very nice house. I spent $400 on a house for them. She goes outside, she cleans it. She cleans out the porch. I have pictures of that. She cleans the porch 3 times a week, or 3 times a day, so that the feces doesn't stay. She does everything for these chickens, and even during rainstorms, they come knocking on the door, and she brings them in and watches TV with them. They sit in her chair with her, and so that's why we'd like the exemption for the chickens and the pigs to be put in the ordinance. Everybody else who has seen them has seen that they're not doing anything. The animal control has seen them. They're healthy. I have a vet. Both my pig and my vet are both my pig and the chickens are vetted. They go to Cleveland Clark. They're taken care of just like my dogs. And like I said, my pig sleeps with me. I mean, I have pictures of him sleeping with me. He sits on the couch. He does everything. He's a cuddle bug. And the only reason we're having any issues, as my mother stated, is since Emma has moved in. Did you guys want to see the 360 or 29?
Did you say all your other neighbors had signed the petition?
Yes. Yep. It's gotten to the point, she's become such a menace that it has gotten to the point that my neighbors are stopping us at the grocery store, asking us if we're going to start a petition. And I had already brought this to the city attorney because of the nuisance that she has become. She calls on every little thing. Called that my kids were sitting in their back yard, or in the back of a pickup truck, that type of stuff. So all of my neighbors, including the one that they're closest to, which has a 4-foot fence and she has a 6-foot fence, have said they have no problem, and the stench would be closest to them, and it's clean.
Your pig,
So the time is up.
your pig is how much does your pig weigh?
He's 89 pounds.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Ms. Campbell?
Any more questions? Okay.
Good evening. I'm Michelle Campbell. I'm the head of school at Harmony Day School, which is a small Montessori school located in the Hamburg area of Lexington. We are interested in doing a 5K run on Saturday, July the 27th. We plan to open registration for the runners to check in and to register on site, those that didn't register online, at 5:30. The race would begin at 7:30. That evening, sunset is predicted to be at 8:53, so our race would be over long before the sun went down. We're hoping to use the route that you all have established and used before. John's Run Walk Shop would be doing our timing, so they would be involved. The reason that we're asking to hold a run is to contribute scholarship money to our scholarship fund so that some children on the east side of Lexington who don't have an opportunity to attend an early childhood education program might be able to do so. Anybody have questions?
So your school is located in Lexington?
It is located in
And
Lexington.
the money will be used for scholarships for students in Lexington?
In Lexington. Although I suppose if there were people who wanted to apply for scholarships whose parents work in the Hamburg area, we do have applications available for scholarships. We're not restricted to just Lexington residents.
Is there a reason why you chose to do this in Georgetown if it benefits Lexington?
Well, I'm a Georgetown graduate, Georgetown College graduate. My son attends Keystone Montessori, and they've done their 5K run here, and it's such a beautiful course. The other thing, in the city of Lexington, there is Coldstream Park, I guess, which a lot of runners use. We're really wanting to use something kind of off the beaten path for runners. They run Coldstream an awful lot. This is just something a little bit different for them.
You may have said this. Where would the kind of the staging area be located, or did you say that?
You all have a course that has been established from what I understand. That's what we're wanting to
you
use.
run, that would be
Yes.
essentially
Yes.
same as one we approved earlier.
Yes. Yes.
You know, I see some benefit. I understand that the money could go outside of the community for the scholarships. Potentially someone from Georgetown could receive the scholarship. But my other thought process is that it brings a lot of people to Georgetown that otherwise might not come here. They might eat at our restaurants, whatever the case may be.
And we do plan to give our runners a list of restaurants in town and places where they can go and grab a beer after the race So we are hoping that they will spend dollars in your community.
I mean, that's just the thought. I mean, I know I can kind of sense, you know, a little bit of concern because
Sure.
it's Lexington.
Sure.
No, if it brings more people to Georgetown, it's fine with me, so.
Right. We did a run last October in Midway at Equus Run Winery, and we had 500 people who came out for that run. So I think the winery did pretty well that night. So
500?
we had 500.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
a lot.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, it was a zombie run. It was a lot of fun.
All right, I'll make a motion.
Motion by Ms. Sam. Second. Any further questions? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? You know the procedure to go through to
Yes.
get your route and so
Yes.
forth?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank
good deal.
you. Thank
Thank
you all.
you.
Thanks.
All right. Mr. Husley, you're next up with our audit.
Not sure I can follow those acts. Good to be back to see you guys. We put a bound report in front of each of you, which includes a lot of good stuff, and a communication that we call a communication of those charged with governance is a letter that each of you should have. I've been doing work with city councils for, nearly 40 years, and I really enjoy going into a meeting and having the discourse that goes along with the affairs of the community. So I enjoyed every minute of it. And I tell my young auditors, that's the fun of it. You get to find out what's really going on in town, because those are the people who are motivated enough to come stand in front of you and ask. For whatever their reasons are, they're here. And that's hard to get. So
Don't leave when you're done. We've got a lot of meeting to go.
You know,
Well, but you
and the
see-
majority of those, we didn't have to pay to stand up there either.
well, this is true. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
there may
Let's
be a
start
lot
all
more
over
numbers
again.
to come. It'll be fun.
If you'll turn to the table of contents, I just want to point out how this is put together, and so you can get to the respective portions that you're interested in. There's a management discussion and analysis on pages 1 through 6 that synopsizes the comparisons of this year to last, including some charts and graphs that kind of compare things. That was put together by your staff with numbers that agree with the audited financial statements. The auditor's opinions on page 7 and 8. What it tells you is that we have done our audit in accordance with all the appropriate standards, and that your financial statements are fairly presented in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. That's the kind of report you want to get each year. The government-wide financial statements on pages 9 and 10 are unique for governments. Page 9 is called a statement of financial position, and it displays the entirety of the things that are under your jurisdiction as an elected body. It shows all of the utility operations summarized as business type activities along with your other business type activities, and all of your general government affairs are summarized into a governmental column, and then you see the total of those two. So if you looked at that statement of net assets on page 9 and compare and look at that in total, you have $186,222,440 in total assets. That's $96,970,000 in the business type activities and $89,251,000 in the governmental. Coming down the page are your current liabilities and long-term liability obligations, and that portion down at the bottom that says net assets shows $153,980,817 of those assets are net after liabilities. That's what would be remaining. So if everything were cashed out at its recorded amounts and obligations liquidated, that's what would be left. Well, of that $153 million, $56,687 is tied up in capital assets. So obviously we're not going to get $56 million out of capital assets. But you have unrestricted net assets of $92,229,000, $87 million of that's in the utilities. So Bob, you got to watch that stuff pretty close. And $5,145,000 is the unrestricted governmental net assets. So this is the only time you ever see that grouping of entity-wide to show everything measured on the same basis. And that's why I like to point out the uniqueness of it. Now, how you got there is on the next page, the statement of activities. This starts with, up in the top left-hand corner, all of your expenditures and expenses, everything that you did for the very basic services to your community. So the total of $33,845,000 was spent on the City of Georgetown's functions. $21 million in the governmental area and $12 million in the utilities. And you can see the Georgetown Municipal Water and Sewer is the bulk of that. Then you have those other items down below. So a total of $33 million. And that was paid for, coming across the page, by charges for services, direct charges to users of services. So you generated $12,386,000 in charges. You had operating grants and contributions, $3,067,000. Capital grants and contributions of $6 million. So the governmental activities had a net cost of $12 million. The business type activities had a net income, if you will, of $513,000. Okay? As you come down the page then, in that big negative of the governmental, you see all of those general revenues that paid for that. So you generated from property and other taxes, occupational licenses, insurance premiums, and so forth, all the way through miscellaneous income, $15,786,000 to offset that $12 million. You had some minor gains on sale and so forth. So you had a net change in assets for the governmental activities of $2,862,894. You had a net increase in net assets in the business type activities of $849,000. So the total of those combined for the city for the year was $3,712,433, added to last year's balance of $150, brought you to the $153 million I mentioned earlier from the statement of net assets. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is a synopsis of everything that went on for the year in 2 pages. Not bad. But the only time you see this is at the close of the year, because that's what's required by the governmental reporting standards, to say, hey, put it all together, put it out there so the community, the users, anybody that needs to can see what your total cost of activities were and how you funded those activities and what's the remaining assets. Now, the fund type statements start on page 11, and there's the general fund and other governmental balance sheet. Then there's the reconciliation of that to the previous schedule, the statement of expenditures and changes in fund balance. I'm not going to go into those in particular detail because all of those are pieces that flowed back through to those other numbers. The proprietary or business type operations are on pages 15, 16, and 17. Those show the bulk of those assets, primarily the Georgetown Municipal Water and Sewer System, and its funds are those columns there you see. Footnotes or disclosures start on page 18 and go all the way through, wrong report, through page 34. So they talk about all different kinds of things. I want to bring your attention to one of those notes. If you'll go to the last page of the notes on page, well actually it starts on the bottom of page 33 and concludes on page 34. Under the caption of subsequent events, we're required and you're required to consider things that have come up since the close of the year that would have a dramatic or financial impact on your operations going forward. And one of the things that has happened since we last spoke is a pronouncement or issuance by the Governmental Accounting Standards Board that says every participating employer in a multi-employer pension plan must recognize their proportionate portion of the unfunded liability for pensions in their entity-wide statements in the future. So beginning in, and what we do here is try to explain that. It's GASB statement number 67, those 2 paragraphs on the bottom of page 33 and goes through the top of page 34. All of this information will be required to be reflected at June 30th, 2014. That means that as you participate in the CERS pension plan and all your entities, the proportion of that unfunded amount of expected retirement cost is going to have to be measured back to what is the City of Georgetown proportionate share, and you have to reflect that as a long-term liability, and that's big numbers. So we want you aware of that now so you can know to expect it next year. It's going to be there. How we get to that, we're not sure yet because we're relying upon the pension system has to come up with a methodology of determining. As you may or may not be aware, the actions that the legislature took in this last General Assembly solved the KERS issues. It did not solve the CERS issues. And you participate in the CERS. Okay.
Mr. Foley, you don't have, I saw that when it came about, and they said something, they were given estimates for different cities, and they happened to mention Georgetown. Do you have a number?
They have not provided that to us. Have they provided it to you?
The number that they were throwing out that night was like $24 million.
I think it's way too early. I think there's so much that has to be done. Number one is it's a moving target, as you all know. As the marketplace improves, if the economy recovers and does the things that it's been doing, the future value of their investments and investment income is going to be greater than their last actuarial studies. The number of participating employees and the number of retirees as the age demographics, it's kind of like a perfect storm. You have all of these things happen economically in 2007, 8, and 9, and then you have the baby boomer retirement hitting in 2012 and going on. It's just starting. So you're really going to hit in the next 3 to 5 years. You're going to have large numbers of people retiring. Well, as they retire, that liability can be better determined and projected. In the meantime, it's all just done on actuarial studies by the actuaries. So the last look I saw, and you'd have to go look at, you can go to the CERS website to show their last annual report, which was for June 30th, 12. It was north of 100, no, it's almost $1 billion. It's a big number. It's just staggering. Your share is a big number. Just want you to know, be prepared for it. Now, does that mean you're bankrupt? No. It just means that you know that your portion of that is going to have to be funded in future years, out of future operations. It's the only way you can pay it, obviously. You've been paying on a pay-as-you-go method, you thought, and that was not taking into effect all of that deficiency. For probably 30 years of my practice in dealing with local government, the CERS was positive. Its actuarial assets exceeded its actuarial liabilities up through 2002. And then it started to divvy off in 2003, 2004, and by 2006 it was negative.
Can you
And it's
explain,
grown since then.
can you explain that in outside of accounting terms? As does the actual, because I tried to listen to it when they were presenting it, and I heard the big number, and all I thought the big number was basically saying the state of Kentucky was going to take it off their books so they could borrow more money, push it back on our books so we could borrow less money. Is there anything other than it being an accounting that's on the books for us? Are we actually going to have to pay part of that?
What's going to happen is just, if you'll notice, if you'll go back and look over the last 5 years, the participants' share being withheld and the employer's matching contribution, the employer's share has increased significantly over the last 7, 8 years. You've gone from 13% to 17% to 19%. Hazardous duties gone up to nearly 30% now, is that right? Don't hold me to a specific number, but it's changed dramatically. Anybody that's participating ought to be able to tell us that. So, what's your contribution? Yeah, 5%. Your matching contribution to that is in double figures, all right? And it used to be, when I first started doing this, it was 6%. But it's changed over here, and it's changed because of the number of participants, and it's changed because of the total estimate. And this is the actuaries have extremely it's just precise calculations of how they make those determinations. And it's science. It's truly a science. Actuarial studies are. And what they do is they look at estimated rates of return in the marketplace for the investment portfolio. They look at future contributions for participating employers, and they look at contributions in continuing participants, and then they start looking at the payouts to the retirees. And they do the math based on whatever the current conditions are, looking at averages. And they come up with those numbers. And they do that at a minimum every 3 years, new calculations. So it's done every 3 years, I think, at a minimum. Now, this new standard says you have to pick a date to determine what you're looking. You have a look back that can go far back as 2 years, and then you roll forward every 2 years after that. But to put it in day-to-day terms, it's a number that changes based upon all kinds of factors, not the least of which is investment return on the total portfolio. That's the biggest thing, and then the continuing contributions. But as that base of people's participating, you've had thousands and thousands paying for hundreds retiring. Now you're getting to the point where there's going to be hundreds paying for thousands, if you can look at it in that context, as these people retire. And you've got contributions that'll be coming forward. Well, we thought for years that if you paid your 20% or 18% or whatever, you were honoring your obligation. Well, what they're saying is the deficit is so large, it has to be absorbed over the future period of time.
So we'll have to pay the city.
As contribution rates will change is what it amounts to. You will get a higher
Continue going
matching
up, okay.
contribution for participating employers, and it'll continue to get higher until it balances out. Now, whether the General Assembly decides to take some kind of action that would help solve that deficit and make a contribution like they've done into this KERS, and they're doing with changing that into the future participants are going to go into more like a 401k type plan in combination instead of being the defined benefit plan that it is now. That it's a you could spend weeks studying this and still not have a good grasp on the details of how it can change as quickly as it has, but it has. And that's just where we are today. So that's a note I wanted to bring to your attention, put it on your plate for talking about the future. Your pension contributions have to go up. There's no other answer for it. So be prepared for that.
What advice would you give a government body like this then?
My understanding is you can't leave the plan, so you can't do that. I think you have to lobby with your fellow participating entities to the leadership and direction and to the General Assembly for how to solve the problem similar to what they did with the KERS.
Do you have any control of your own destiny in terms of like the number of employees that you have, things like that?
You can obviously have fewer employees, but your employees that you do have to participate.
Right.
So it's done on a proportion? It would be, the calculation would be done on a proportion based on
Right,
how many
yes,
employees?
that's my understanding.
Would it also be done as far as a proportion, as far as how many of the employees are hazardous duty and how many of the employees are
I'm
non-hazardous?
sure they will allocate, because the contribution rates are
Yeah,
different
different,
already
much
because
different,
the benefit issues and the occurrences of the things that cause benefits to kick in. That's why there's hazardous duty separated from the non-hazardous duty. And that differential is about 12 or 14% contribution rate right now.
Do you see the hazardous duty continuing to go up as aggressively as it has?
I'm not equipped to answer the question because there's so many factors that go into it. I don't know what all of the considerations are used to differentiate between the two and how they determine it. That's something for the actuaries to tell. I think avail yourselves of every opportunity to speak with that board and to participate in what their decision-making process is or how they do it. Avail yourselves of your legislators for a way to allow you to make changes. I think it's logical to look at some of that kind of stuff. But you have a large number of people that the workforce today, not just the city of Georgetown and Georgetown Utilities, but the workplace in Kentucky and in America, there's more colors of mine and his color of hair than there is your color of hair. It's just the nature of the beast. That's where we are. So the demographics are what's created a large portion of it. So I hate to be the bearer of bad tidings, but you need to be prepared for it, and that's all I was trying to do. Okay. I think it'll be all to do with how much your contributions rates have to change over time.
One more question. Does the length of employment by that individual have an impact as well on that
Yes.
number?
Mm-hmm.
So the shorter the term of employment,
Right.
the greater the, I guess, the contribution by the...
Well, no, that has to do with their benefit rate. Okay, so you have to look at what are their benefits and when do they kick in. What is the amount of service to get a minimum retirement and the number of years and all of those things. But as in any plan, there's people who come and go. But their benefit, their contribution stays there if they go to another participating employer or if they go to another similar plan, another agency, they can participate and build back upon that. But you got to look at the whole thing. It's their annual report is about 250 pages. And it's not easy to consume, but you got to narrow it down to that schedule of how they've determined what the actuarial net assets are and what they've determined at the current time what the actuarial accrued liability. Those are the two words that you need to know. Actuarial assets, actuarial accrued liability. Look and see what those differences are.
Well, one final question then. I think you said that the net assets were about $153 million this past year. So will that $20 million that Karen was mentioning, will that come off?
That'll
there?
be
Will that show us?
your liabilities will increase that much. When that amount is determined and presented, we're required to include that as a liability on your statement of net assets.
So next year, theoretically, we could be at 132 million,
Or
133 million, or depending on where that number comes.
121, whatever it turns out to be. And it just depends on what your proportionate share of that is and how they go about determining that. And as soon as we know what that number is, it'll be reflected. But again, it'll just be in that one statement at the close of the year. But is that the statement that a bond house is going to look at? You know, we have no idea what the effects of those things are going to be if you go out into the money market. for investing, long-term debt, what effect it would have. That's part of the engine that's driving this, is those folks knew these liabilities were out there. They just want to know what your share is. Okay? Nobody solved the problem yet of how you're going to liquidate it. And obviously you can't just chip that money in tomorrow. So it's a question of what kind of time frame are you going to have, what kind of budgetary considerations you're going to need to make on an ongoing basis in order to do that. But the one thing you can count on is your pension benefit contribution will not go down. Guarantee.
Let me ask you a question real quick, and trying to understand exactly what you just said. At the end of our next fiscal year, at our next audit, when we include that 20-some million dollars of liability, does that mean that our bond rating will go down?
I have no idea.
Okay.
That's the question I've asked all along. What's the effect going to be on your rating if you have to go out into the money market for a new issue?
Okay.
What's the effect going to be? Who knows? It may not have a significant effect. It's right now an unknown liability that they're taking into consideration, obviously.
The advantage is that everyone else has to follow by the same guidelines.
Right. And obviously there are some governments that don't participate in this plan. Not many, but some. But if you went back to that statement on page 8 or 7, no, page 9, I'm sorry. Too many numbers here. And go down there to the bottom of the page where we show those total net assets. And just above that is your total liabilities. Your total liabilities at June 30th, 12 were $30 million, $32 million. I suspect that at June 30th, 13, which is awfully close to hand, it's going to be somewhere in that same vicinity. At June 30th, 14, it's going to be that plus this 20, 30, whatever that number turns out to be. And it'll be reflected there as a long-term obligation.
You mentioned this was a gap policy. Does this affect entities that don't report on gap, full gap?
No, it does not. It doesn't change their liability.
In other words, if the county didn't report on gap, this would not.
And the county does not report on gap. But they still have that same proportionate share of an unfunded liability, and it'll be disclosed in their financials. It'll have to be. It's too big a number. You can't stick your head in the sand on that one. Once it's known, the determination's made that Georgetown's is X and Scott County's is Y and Grant County's is Z, and it'll have to be there because that number's going to be known, and it'll have to be reflected as a disclosure if nothing else.
When will that number be known?
Sometime between now and June 30th, 14th.
Okay.
We've asked, we're waiting to see what the methodology is for how they're going to go about it. They've obviously got issues to address in terms of identifying all the participating employers and the extent to which that liability gets parceled out. One that's heavy and hazardous duty and light and non-hazardous duty is going to have a bigger liability with the same number of employees as one who has a different proportion between hazardous duty and non-hazardous duty. Okay, and whether you've got 200 employees or 150 or 350, it's all going to depend on all those things. Those will all be factors.
And that'll be disclosed by CERS?
Yes.
Okay.
They will have to make that information available to us because you have to report it. Okay. The rest of this binder has a bunch of financial schedules in the back. I'm not going to bore you with those. There's 2 other auditors' reports that I want to take your attention to. One that we always have to issue is on page 39. It's a letterhead page, 39 and 40. This is a report that we give you on your compliance with laws and regulation and internal control over financial reporting that's required by governmental auditing standards. Okay, and we define and sub it into 2 sections: internal control over financial reporting. Okay. And we didn't find any deficiencies that we consider to be material weaknesses as defined by that. And in compliance and other matters, we found nothing that was significant. We had some minor issues that we reported in the other letters, but they're not major issues. So it's a clean report in that regard. Then because you had over $500,000 in federal financial assistance for last year, we have to do a report on your compliance with the laws, regulations regarding the expenditure of federal funds and your internal control over compliance. And we had no findings there. So that's all summarized on page 44. That gives the answers, that says we had no weaknesses and material weaknesses. We had no significant deficiencies. We had no non-compliance. So no answers is what you want to see on that page. You got all no's and what the threshold was for looking at. Did you have any financial statement findings? None. Did you have any findings related to federal rewards? None. And we had no prior audit findings? None. So pretty good in that regard. So just want to bring you to that. There's the letter that I referred to earlier is a communication we're required to give to you all as those charged with government. To talk about what the qualitative aspects of accounting practices are, whether we had any difficulties performing the audit, whether any corrected or uncorrected misstatements. So we show a couple of things that we found and fixed in the normal course of that, and it's not unusual. We had no disagreements with management. We got a representation letter signed by all the appropriate people. So all of that stuff, there's two other matters that are at the last page of that letter. Talk about getting proper approval and documentation for non-recurring journal entries. You've solved all that problem because you got somebody that'll take care of that for you now. Okay. We had a couple of places there where we just felt like when you went through that gap of having people, some things got done or didn't get done that should have done, and that's part of the reasons why we're standing here today instead of 3 months ago or 4 months ago. But those things, and then tracking capital assets. That's probably one of the more mundane things that you need to do, but it's one of the very most important because it's your assets. So tracking and keep track of that stuff is important. So then we recommend you keep that tracking process be implemented and you have a precise inventory of your capital assets. So those are our comments, and we appreciate the opportunity to be of service to you, and wish you well in all that comes to your way. Any questions? And by the way, this is Heather Cochran. She does all the work. I just do the talking. I told her as we were coming in, I said, now, are you going to talk or me? She says, oh, that's a part you like. But she does do all the work. She does all the work. I just get credit. But we thank you, and we appreciate the help we got trying to get this thing all pulled down, and hopefully, if we do this again for you, it won't be so long now that you've got a chance to catch up and get things caught up in line. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Oh, that's our copy. I guess you can. Thank you.
My contribution for the evening is that I have no comments this evening.
Motion.
Okay. City Attorney, City Clerk. Resolution approving interlocal agreement for building inspection.
You don't need to read it yet, I guess. So, last time we discussed this, I guess that was our last regular called meeting. I believe that there was a motion to table consideration to give council the time to review these resolutions and these agreements, and I think that's been at least a month. So I was just, they're the same agreements. There were a couple little grammatical errors that were pointed out to me that I've fixed, but I guess I'm hoping that somebody might want to bring it off the table for discussion.
I'll make a motion to bring it off the table.
Motion made by Ms. Tackett that we bring this off the table. We discussed in open session. Mr. Showalter, second. All in favor, aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Got that, okay. Ready for discussion now?
I really don't have any questions about it. I'm fine with it. I'll sit on the committee and went through everything.
Yeah, just, I guess we'll give you an update on just to refresh everybody's recollection. As you know, I came in here and redrafted essentially what I'm hoping will be a boilerplate agreement to cover all the agreements that we need to have redone and refiled. We discussed it in interlocal agreement committee meeting, and I believe it was motion of that committee, the opinion of that committee that this agreement should be approved. these two agreements are essentially the same. They're for two different programs, one county run, one city run. I believe there were a couple issues pointed out regarding liability and so forth, and I made some changes there. We discussed that last time. I simply stated that like the assets and the expenditures, the liabilities are shared equally. So the county approved the ambulance agreement at its last meeting and brought me a signed copy, so really it's just waiting on approval of a resolution and signature.
Andrew, I'll ask a question. KRS 79120, subsection 5 reads that under the requisites of contracts, any contractual arrangement entered into under KRS 79110 shall, when the county government is one of the contracting parties, take cognizance of the fact that city residents and our county residents and taxpayers to both governments, and provide for an equitable distribution of the cost of providing the service or services. Has that been addressed in what we have before us?
My understanding is that that issue was brought to the attention of the interlocal task force. They set forth numerous factors for consideration in levels of funding, considered all of the agreements, and ultimately decided that the current split was equitable. That's all I can tell you from reading the task committee's report, that they determined that the current levels of funding and service were split equitably.
I guess my question, though, is that the implication from what I read almost assumes that there would be some deviation in a simple 50-50 split. And what we have in front of us, obviously, is a simple 50-50 split. I was part of that task force, and I'm not sure, and Mr. Singer and Ms. Tackett may be able to help me out on this. I'm not sure that really if we ever came to an agreement, because there is, particularly, well, with both of these that we have in front of us, there's revenue attached to it as well. And if the if the revenue is deriving from city residents, then we should probably bear that as well as the expense on the expense side as well. So I don't know that, and I'm not sure what notes you read, but I'm not sure that we ever really came to an agreement on that. I think we kind of defaulted to it because we couldn't come up with a better solution. And looking at the statute, it specifically addresses that and the fact that we need to address that and come to some resolution with it.
Well, all ears.
Was the committee at a disagreement? Let me ask that question. Was the committee at a disagreement on it?
Yes.
Then what did you all decide to do?
There was no option. There was no consensus with the committee. There was no consensus.
In the interlocal agreements, sitting on the board, basically what we did was get everything in writing, specifically as they have been from the very beginning, 50-50 split. Put a time frame in there for people who, if they decide they want to split it off, they have that opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
But the main course was to communication, get them in writing, and get them signed, and get them to the Department of Local Government. As far as the task force looking in depth to split something up at a different rate has not been done.
I think what we basically did was we just kind of threw up our hands. I mean, in this agreement, the 50-50 is always about two entities, and it's 50-50, 50 goes into 100 two times, it's two entities. In this case, there are actually four entities. There's the city of Sadieville, Stamping Ground, the county, and the city. By that logic, it should be 25, 25, 25, 25. Now that sounds absurd, and it is. But 50-50 is just as absurd and arbitrary. So I think what we did was we just kind of shrugged our shoulders and said, we don't know how we're going to get to an equitable split vis-a-vis that statute. Therefore, we're just going to take a snapshot of what we're doing right now, get it in writing, and call it a day. I think that's basically what we, I mean, what do you think? Is that pretty much
I
it?
think that, to put it in a less than lawyerly argument, I think that everybody said, we got a whole lot of these out there. There's a whole lot of numbers to think about. Let's just look at the fact that, we're all sharing all these programs to some, different degree and assume that they're equitable.
I mean,
I think if a body decides that something is equitable, it's equitable.
I mean, it's not, there's not the move right now to record where instances of the work of the programs are going on, really. To figure out, well, the county's using them more, people out in the county are using more, therefore we tilt it that way. There's not. I mean, it's just, 50 goes into 100 2 times, there's 2 of us, there you go.
I mean, let's just say this. It's possible to sit down and do an analysis of exactly where the breakdown is, who is getting what service and what level, and who should pay the most funding. It's possible to do that. It's extremely difficult and time consuming to do that. I'm not making an excuse as to why you don't do it or shouldn't do it. I'm just simply saying this has been the standard practice for, in some cases, the past 20 years. What was asked of me was to come in and review sort of the legalities of these contracts and get them back up to par. And so that's what I've brought. But if you all want to continue to look into numbers, I guess my urge to you would be, why don't you go ahead and get an agreement in place and then work out what numbers you want. If you think that it's not equitable, I say you take one agreement and you sit down with the other side and you say, let's do an analysis of the numbers, and here's what we think is equitable in this agreement. Go one agreement at a time. But I guess I would caution you to not, you're going off agreements that are still in place, legal or not, or binding or not. I would personally rather see to have an agreement in place. Agreements can always be changed. They're always subject to the, as you know, there are termination provisions in there. They're subject to amendment. I would rather to see you have an agreement in place that reflects at least the current understanding, the current system that you're operating under, and then at least if there's a problem, you can resort to that contract to fix it. Separate that out in your mind from how do we fix the funding breakdown, and look to that as something to be fixed in the future. That would be my preference.
But let me add this, though. In what Mark is talking about, we're determining between city responsibility, county responsibility, and so on. But that's not necessarily what Section 5 is addressing. What Section 5 is addressing is the tax burden for the city residents versus the tax burden for the county residents. And that's something that we've not addressed. And it almost seems, with the way the statute is written, is that it requires us to consider that in the financing of it. And I understand, the call rates and so on and so forth, but I think subsection 5 is a little bit different in that it's addressing the taxable burden and the fact that the city residents are county taxpayers as well as city taxpayers.
That's the intent of that section. Yes.
Right. So I'm not sure that necessarily has. I'm not convinced that addresses like what Mark's talking about in terms of the workload for the interlocal departments and so on and so forth. And I'm not sure that what we have before us, like Mark says, this is a very arbitrary number that we've thrown out, and we tossed it around several times in those meetings. And I'm not sure that we've addressed number 5, even though we've just kind of defaulted to it because it's the way we've always done it. I'm still not convinced that we've actually addressed it.
I think Brad makes a great point, and I'm glad he brought it up because I didn't remember it. But when he said, I think this is about trying to avoid double taxation, in essence. or making sure that one group of taxpayers isn't paying a higher burden for a given program than another group of taxpayers. And I think that's kind of what that statute, now that I think about it, kind of gets to. And that isn't addressed by the 50/50. It just isn't.
I mean, I don't disagree. I don't disagree that the intent of that statute is that you look to those kinds of. I mean, that's the relevant consideration is the tax burden. I guess, again, my question is, at what point does the city council and the fiscal court come together and decide what that equitable breakdown is? And if as a whole, the task force of, I don't know how many people it was, at least 10, if they can't come to any other conclusion other than 50-50 is equitable, what do you have other than tacit agreement to continue what you've got in place? And that's fine. Again, my caution is if you're going to go with tacit agreement, at least have that agreement in place to govern. And I'm not saying it should prevent you in any way in looking to that in the future. I think I'll just say it. You all had me come in and attend it may have been a meeting of that task force.
It was.
When I was back at the Department for Local Government. And I was asked that question. What is an equitable way of breaking it down? And I think I listed the same factors that the committee did. Population, levels of service, tax burden. These are all there are suggested ways, if not outright formulas that are out there, because I just got done giving a presentation at a CLE on interlocal agreements, and we are one of 42 states that has the Interlocal Cooperation Act, and that kind of breakdown, that kind of shared service is contemplated in all 42 of those states. I guarantee you there are others out there that have considered, what's the correct formula. So there are ways of looking at it. It's just a matter of if you want to do it or not. If you are willing to, come together and say, okay, here's what's equitable for this one.
But isn't it incumbent upon us via the statute to do that? I mean, unless I'm misunderstanding what you're saying is we essentially have not addressed that particular subsection 5 in lieu of furring up an agreement, period. Is that accurate?
I don't know that that's necessarily true.
Okay.
I mean, I still read, and I'll be glad to go over what I read in that task force, but the summary that I read from the task force was that they took all of those items into consideration and essentially determined that the current agreement was quote unquote equitable. So if the statute requires that consideration, and I read a report that says the task force did that consideration, I'm not going to question what number they
Sure.
came up with.
Mark?
I mean, it's not my place to consider it.
Mark or Connie, did we go into detail over any kind of a formula during those meetings?
No.
Okay.
The main thing to do that we did was to, what Andrew said, was to formulate
Right.
an agreement.
Right.
To get something in writing to get to the Department of Local Government. The thing that you're talking about wanting to do is taking each individual interlocal agreement and look at it in depth. And I think that we can do that after the first of the year. There's 8 interlocal agreements. There's 8 council people. There's 8 magistrates. Pick you one, get with that magistrate and that department head, and go through it and bring it back and report to us what the findings are and what you think the equitable agreement should be at that point. All we did was just put it together and put it in writing for us to have something in writing.
All we did was fur up what was already
That's
the process.
exactly right.
That's what I think. That's what the committee kind of came down to.
With
is
the out of the 3 month of the 90-day out, if you wanted to do that, and that gives you an opportunity to do that after we get these passed, get them written, passed, we move on, and you want us to divide up and do that, there's an opportunity to do that. The mayor can, if Mark wants EMS, he can get EMS with one of the magistrates and the department head and go at it and do it. And if you want electrical inspection, get with one and do it. You see what I'm saying?
No,
Somebody wants 911, get with, and and break it down.
If we're going to go through that process, though, how necessary is it for us to pass this immediately?
He just said to
Have one in place.
have one in place, to have something to be governed by.
Budget coming in right
Well, right, but we've operated this way for a number of years. I'm not sure that it's that necessary to go on and push this through if we're intent upon going through that process to evaluate these interlocals.
My answer to that would be, it's there. Why would you not do it? I mean, that's just I'm not saying that to be negative. I'm saying the work has been done. It is reflective of what the committee has recommended. It is the safest course of action, and all it does is solidify the agreement, an agreement that can be changed at any point.
Well, the way I look at it is that there were 10 people on that committee and they never made any changes. It's 50-50 right now. And what Brad said, there's not a problem looking at it, but at the present time, the way I'm looking at it, every one of them is 50-50 right now. Simple as that.
Including the ones that we fund.
Right.
Or the ones that we operate. I mean, that.
And Connie has the right idea. If you want to take one at a time and look at them, that's fine. But I think it's in front of us, and you guys never made no changes on the amount of money. Let it lay as it is. The direction of the committee changed significantly early on. And am I wrong, Connie?
Well,
I think
actually, to be perfectly honest, the direction of the committee went early on when you and Mark wasn't there that often. I was, and the other two magistrates that were here. You were here some, but at
I'm
the
pretty
end,
sure I only missed 2 of the early on meetings, and I was at every other one.
well, I'm going to beg to differ because
That's
I
fine.
was there. But in saying all of that, the whole thing was to get them in writing because we kept saying there's not anything in writing. There's not even any. They're not even signed. That was the whole point of getting together. If you want to change it, it's going to take significant time to do that. And I'm willing to go along with the agreement because I spent the time to meet with them to put it together for us to sign and to have something to go by. All we've done is put it in writing what we're going to do. You want to change it, then put together the task force to do it.
Well, we came out with a better system of communication, certainly about getting the numbers early, as
right.
You guys
That worked well this
requested
year.
a little bit later. We get them legalized in Frankfurt. As you said, we had nothing signed, nothing has been registered with the Department of Local Government. So having Andrew go through these, and that was my message to him before he even came on to work, was that we had to get these interlocals straightened out and get them registered in Frankfurt, and we're ready to do that.
Well, we do need to get them registered because the one that I sat on with Karen and Mark, that was supposed to happen at that time. It's supposed to have been signed and so forth. And
The hold up with that, when we were on that committee, the hold up was always with whether it was going to be budget or actual. And that's what held those couple of years up, where I kept saying, and on the city side, it needed to be budgeted. What was actual, it needed to be the actual budget and no more, where the county had a tendency to put more in there and without the city's approval, and then come back to the city and say, hey, we've got an extra $250,000 here for an ambulance building, cough up your half of it, when we didn't have the money to cough it up. Or we would have, but we didn't have the money. And so that was the hold up of the year that I was on that committee, was whether it was going to be budgeted, what we actually approved in the budget, or whether it was going to be actual.
Well,
That was
in these agreements, that was one thing we got, was to go by budget, and any change in expenditures, you have to have.
That's important.
And it's based on, if I read that, this building inspection, it's based on, because it should be actual up to the budgeted amount is what it really should be. So the city shouldn't be sending over bills, even though just because it's the monthly budget of $200,000 or whatever it is, the city shouldn't be sending that. But if we spent that month $150,000, then that's what it should be that they pay us. So it should be the actual up to the budgeted amount.
Yeah, absolutely.
So is that how it's actually worded? Is addressed as the actual up to the budgeted amount? I don't think
Talking
it's
about the
budgeted.
monthly payments.
Uh-huh.
Let's just look at See, I think this one's building inspection. Is that the one you
Yes.
asked about?
Yes.
The city shall bill the county monthly in an amount equal to 50% of the expenses of the building inspection incurred during the billing period.
So that's not budget.
But you can't go over the budget.
Right.
Can't go
Can't
over
go
the
over the
budget.
budget
Yeah,
line
I've read
item.
that. It can't, it has to be within the budget.
And that's,
Well, it also says in the next sentence, upon receipt of an invoice, county shall, subject to the approved budget, remit payment to the city within 30 days.
So it is.
Andrew, what's your recommendation? Take them one at a time? And does Tracy need to read through them?
You mean as far as approving them?
Moving forward, yeah.
I mean, like I said, I think my recommendation is that we go ahead and we get these executed, and I think we go ahead and we get the rest of them executed. But I'm willing to sit down and meet with whoever to talk about getting them restructured as far as levels of funding and service. This is the bones of the agreement in place. I mean, really, the way I've got it set up. It's a simple change in a couple places to talk about where you break down.
All right.
What?
What's the first step tonight then? What do you recommend that we do
To
tonight?
approve the resolutions to allow us to execute.
I'd make a motion for that then.
That's
Second.
for building inspection.
Now, does that exclude anyone? Does that exclude building inspection, or does that include building inspection?
Right now, it's just these two in front of you.
Okay.
It's ambulance and it's
Building,
building inspection.
If you break out, vote for one and not for the other.
I don't mind to do them individually, Mayor. It's whatever's appropriate. We can do them individually.
However, either one. You want to do both? You want to do one at a time?
What's your pleasure?
Want to do both?
We got them both off the table. I'm assuming that was your
All right,
intent,
that's
Connie,
fine.
was to bring
Yes.
both these items that were tabled off the table. So give me a motion.
Got a motion from Mr. Leslie and a second by Mr. Thompson. To approve that.
At least get them written down.
Did you
I
want to
think
hear them
that's the
again?
main thing.
He does not want to hear them. Okay.
There's not that much change in them, are they?
No, I mean, it's a snapshot of what we're doing.
Right.
That's all it is. So we can turn it into DLG.
Right.
I really think this cleans it up a lot. It clears up some sort of areas that were less than clear, and it also is a good template.
And to just underscore it, we're going with budgeted amounts rather than, and everything has to have a budget amendment. So I knew that was one thing you were considering.
That was a biggie before.
Yeah. Andrew, are you going to bring another couple of them the next meeting, or will you
Hope
be
so.
ready? Okay.
Hope so.
Okay.
Keep bringing them to you. Maybe not bring all 8 or 9 of them at once.
No, but you can bring a couple each. You know.
Yeah.
Or two or
What do you
three.
do? Do you send them, just mail them to Frankfurt? I guess? Is that,
Yeah, on one of these, the building inspection one, we have an extra step. Well, first, we have to get the other two cities to sign off on it. Second, because the state has a role over our building inspection, they have to, I can't remember the name of the department, but there's another state department that actually has to approve the form of it.
Buildings and-
Before, yeah, it's Department of Building and Housing, that's it, yeah. So.
So I have a motion and a second.
Roll call vote. Do we need to go through and
Do you want
reread
to
them?
roll call?
Now that resolutions,
You want me to read it?
you want to, you can.
Thanks, you want to.
No, actually, he said you don't have to, Tracy.
No,
Okay.
It's not an ordinance,
All right.
so.
So, but do you want me to do a roll call, or we just, okay.
without the,
Mrs. Tingle Sames?
Actually, if they had been separated, I would have voted yes for one for building inspection, but no for the ambulance because it talks about their budget being not brought to us until May the 1st on the ambulance, so I'm going to have to vote no.
So we need to vote on them one at a time then.
We can do that.
Go ahead.
Motion's already been made and seconded,
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
so we need to vote it out.
Vote on,
withdraw the motion. So,
Would you like to
this is
withdraw?
a,
David, would need to withdraw the motion.
I'll be glad to accommodate. Aaron,
So
one passed.
Yeah.
Unanimously.
I'll rescind the motion and separate them.
Okay.
So we'll take the building inspection first.
Second, Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Can I have one question? What exactly about the May 1st deadline?
Well, that was that's been one of the hot topics. Isn't that in there that, isn't that still in the other one too? That was one of the hot topics about us not being able to change our money with the, when we talked about our budget, not being able, because their budget was already set.
Oh,
Isn't that in the EMS part of it too? Or did I misread that? But anyway, I'm not comfortable with the EMS as I am with the building inspection, which I'm voting yes for the building inspection, so.
but you want the deadline for EMS to be later? Is that what you're
Earlier. So that was, this is one of the topics we had, which you're
Well-
talking about us getting, here we are, we're not working in our budget and we want to go, look back at maybe there's some cuts that we don't agree with, or,
Let me make this suggestion.
Yes.
Let's do building inspection.
yes.
And why don't you make a motion to approve it with a different date in there, and I think the county would probably agree to it.
Well, you're pushing me on that one, aren't you?
Can we do that on all of them? Because we discussed that in detail in the interlocal committee meetings, how we needed, like, the 1st of March.
Well, you're voting to have our budget to them then earlier.
Right.
Building
And
inspection.
ours won't get there until 25th of
Or in.
Actually, they
No.
should be done earlier.
Well, no. What we asked for was to have those numbers so we could actually approve them instead of
I
being.
think that's different than what we're talking about. I could be wrong. I know you all asked for numbers earlier, and I think that's fine. This is about them presenting the budget of the building inspection to you for. I think we're talking about their final budget numbers. If you all want it earlier, let's put earlier.
Right, well, we need to put that in because that's the big stumbling block that we have is because when they adopt their budget, they adopt it significantly earlier than we do. Then we get it, and there's always hesitation on this council to change anything because the county has always adopted it.
Just
Which,
like I said, bear in mind that and that's fine. If we do that, if we request them to send their budget to us by March 1, then we also have to send them our budget.
we have to be doing that anyway.
Right.
I mean, we're doing that anyway for them to draft their budget.
Well, I'll just take it a step further with that. When they're drafted earlier, all of the interlocal agreements, we should have a special called meeting so that we can
Agreed.
discuss the interlocal agreements at that point to pass that budget.
Agreed.
And we'll knock 8 of them out of the way.
And settle on the numbers as a
Settle on
group.
the numbers.
Agreed. Before they officially adopt their
Before they
budgets.
officially
I agree
adopt.
100%.
We already agree on them.
I mean, theoretically, we could change building inspections tonight. We could change 911 tonight. I mean, the county's already done their thing. So, I mean, here we are acting like that. We want to hold them to some
Not
higher
tonight.
standard and
I
higher
don't want-
date.
We're
I
not
don't wanna do
asking
that
to hold them to a higher
tonight.
standard. We're asking for equality when it comes to budgeting.
Well,
After the first of the year.
Right.
I mean, this one's already done. That's my point. Let's just move on
But we're providing them with the interlocals that we control
early.
prior to them adopting their budget. We should be given the same advantage. I don't think we're asking to be held to a higher standard. I think what we're asking for is equality.
What's the date you're looking for that you would, as a council, like to have the budget?
Mayor, don't you all start working on those in March?
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Is that right? So I would say the first time they get the numbers together, sometime in the middle of March, that we, as a collective body, get those numbers as well.
Can we narrow it down to the date?
March 15th.
Ooh, the eyes of March.
Eyes of
Like our
Eyes of
second,
March.
like
There
our
you go.
first meeting
My
in March.
anniversary.
First meeting in March would be perfect.
It's the second Monday in March. By the second Monday in March.
You need to know you can't exactly lock. You still can't lock yourself into that with the budget process because they have to do it so much earlier than what we do it over here because there still can be changes and stuff. But at least it gives a perspective to know where they're going with their budget and what kind of numbers that they're doing with their budget and that type of thing. So at least because here, you don't have your budget together until middle of April, end of April. Usually the budget's here. But still, that'd give the council some knowledge of what to expect coming out of the county and that kind of thing. So it helps.
Well,
Instead of in
and
May.
And it gives us an opportunity to where if we see fit to make changes to that, we still have the opportunity to do that prior to them adopting their budget.
I don't really see anybody. I don't think this is going to be a problem.
No.
I really don't. I mean, I think the judge will re-sign it if we make that request. So,
And-
I mean,
He's always said that because his budget has to be so much earlier, that once we establish our budget, he will adjust to what the numbers that we have come up with.
and everybody's going to have to be under the understanding that the budget that you get in March is a tentative budget. I mean, as all budgets are until they're adopted.
Right.
And even then, they're subject to change. So I don't think that's too early of a date if everybody understands that what you're talking about is giving preliminary numbers together, and you're going to firm up the numbers as you go.
Our numbers
I
are
really don't-
projected anyway.
Yeah.
Andrew, my question is, when does the county have to approve their budget? Do you know what date that is?
They're supposed to have the DLG by the 10th of June for final passage.
So once, let's just say that the second meeting in March, we've given them our 4 different interlocals. We give them that number. Are we locked in then on those 4?
You mean numbers?
Yeah.
No.
Are we locked in?
No.
Is the
Absolutely.
county locked in on the 4 that they've given us?
No. The way that we've said it is that nobody's locked in until both bodies approve
Have
the
agreed on
same
their budget.
All you're doing is getting the information earlier.
Okay.
That's it.
And how have we addressed a discrepancy in those two numbers?
If the two don't pass together, then there is no approved budget, and under the terms of the agreement, it reverts back to the prior year's budget.
Right.
So if they budget lower than we budget, then it automatically reverts back to the previous year's budget.
Well, unless we come to an agreement.
Okay.
Unless you come to agreement and the city is willing to say, okay, we'll lower the budget down and that's the new budget.
Okay, we ready to vote?
We just voting on the electrical then, or building?
Building.
Building.
Building
Are we
inspection
voting
first.
with the dates changed? Anybody want
Yes.
to clarify their motion?
Yeah, I can clarify. I made the motion.
All right.
We'll put the date, the second meeting in May.
Second,
Second
March.
Monday.
March.
May.
Second
March.
Monday in March.
I'm sorry, March.
Second Monday in March.
March Madness.
First Sunday in May.
March Madness.
Sunday in May.
First Saturday.
And it's just for building inspection.
Yes. Mrs. Tingle Sames,
Yes, then.
Mr. Penn,
Yes.
Mr. McEwen,
Yes.
Mr. Lesby,
Yes.
Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
Mrs. Tackett,
Yes.
Mr. Singer,
Yes.
Mr. Showalter.
Yes.
Fantastic.
March the 10th, matter of fact.
Unanimous.
March the 10th.
Not every.
Not
it won't
every.
be
That
March
next
the
year it
10th.
will be.
Well, we'll go with
Telling you.
the second.
Well, Mayor, all we're agreeing is that that's basically how these agreements reflect how the operations are running right now. We're not agreeing about how they should run, but just how they're doing right now. But that is pretty big.
Okay.
Pretty big accomplishment.
I want to make a motion on the EMS the same way with the dates.
Okay. Any discussion on that?
Gotta get a second.
Second.
Ready to roll call vote as soon as you get your statement down.
Mr. Lesby,
Yes.
Mr. McEwen,
Yes.
Mr. Penn,
Yes.
Mrs. Tingle Sames,
Yes.
Mr. Showalter,
Yes.
Mr. Singer,
Yes.
Mrs. Tackett,
Yes.
Mr. Thompson.
Yes.
Very good. All right. Next item we have on the agenda, Mr. Attorney, is first reading of the amendment to animal ordinance. This is sponsored by
Introduce this one.
Councilmember.
I'm sponsoring this. I've talked to our city attorney, and what we're doing is just firming up our ordinance and being more clear and more definitive. And I'm gonna let him go over where we've done that.
All right. So the issue that we were dealing with before is the city has long had a prohibition on raising livestock in the city. There's been a conflict, in my opinion, in the fact that the city defines livestock very specifically and then turns around and defines pet or companion animal very broadly. So a change is simply to exclude the definition of livestock from pet or companion animal. Now, I also notice that prohibition on raising livestock in the city has no exceptions except for commercial animal establishments, which we're talking about the zoo or a shelter. What about the hundreds of farms that we have within city limits? So I added, as part of farming operation conducted on property zoned for agricultural use under the zoning ordinance. The next thing is there is no provision as to what animal control can do in the event that someone has violated this provision, so we added a provision covering that, very similar to code enforcement, very similar to cats and dogs, and added a provision as to what happens to animals that are impounded. And I'll answer any questions that anybody has.
So what's it do to Hampton? Is Hampton out? Hampton in?
My
And the young
understanding
lady
is
back
that this would, unless the owners of Hampton live on an area that is zoned for agricultural, it would mean that they were raising Hampton in violation of the city ordinance.
Well, just a question. Play devil's advocate. All right, I asked the lady back there how much her pig weighed, and she said 80 pounds was her pig. I have a new puppy, which I'm about ready to sell, but nevertheless, when it grows to its fullness, it's going to be 70 pounds. We're talking 10 pounds difference between the two animals. If she's keeping it in the house and cleaning up so that the yard is not smelling or something, and maybe not even using her for an example, use whoever. How is that really different if the yard is not smelling to become a nuisance, or the pig's not snorting, or she's not giving it slop or something like that? I mean, those kind of things is what, to me, changes it to kind of a livestock type situation because of those avenues of it. Most of your livestock, you don't keep them in the house. So how is that different?
I think that's something for the council to discuss. My thoughts, just to sort of get the discussion started, is if the city wants to consider allowing exceptions, then I think it needs to think about animal control in terms of giving them clear guidance as to enforcement. That's really my job, is to make sure that whatever the law says, it's something that the citizens can understand clearly what they can and cannot have, and animal control can enforce and know exactly what their responsibility is, because what I'm hearing now is they don't know. Right. So I'm not going to express my opinion as to whether pigs and chickens should be allowed in city limits. All I'm asking is that the city, however they do it, if they want to put weight limits or address cleanliness, I think that it needs to be done with an eye towards complete accuracy and clearness. And I really, we're bringing this ordinance in the hopes that we get that clarity. Right. So I'm open to any and all suggestions.
So are you saying that there's not enough clarity in the ordinance the way it's written today to address this situation?
Yes.
Okay.
But it's pretty clear, though, that the current pigs would not be allowed to stay within the city limits, other than on a farm or some type of a commercial operation. Is that
not necessarily clear?
That's not clear either.
Because of that distinction, because they don't draw the distinction between livestock and a pet or companion animal. So So we've got
The biggest difference is a pet's inside the house, livestock's outside.
that's your definition.
That's your
But
definition.
the problem is that's not defined. that
Right.
It's a matter of opinion.
It's a matter of opinion, and some folks feel very strongly that their pig is their pet, and I don't know that I can't argue with.
Right.
There are dogs in the city. I'm sure there are dogs in the city limits that have never seen the inside of the house.
Right.
Outside dogs.
And I'm sure there are dogs in the city that are the size of livestock.
Well, actually, yeah, a large mastiff, a large greyhound, I mean, they can be 150 pounds for an animal, but if they go outside and the owner doesn't clean up the yard, sometimes that can go throughout the neighborhood. But, you know, if they take them in and out, but they're mostly house animals, they really don't bother the neighbors in the neighborhood.
It seems to me, too, the pot-bellied pig, and I'm not sure about Hampton. Was Hampton like a miniature Hampshire or something like that?
Yeah, I think they called it a micro mini pig.
Micro.
And here's, I'm no expert.
But I just make this point that it says that has been bred and raised to live in or about the habitation of humans. I mean, those particular breeds of pigs are pet pigs.
Sometimes they are.
I mean, they're bred in the same way that a Cocker Spaniel is bred to live about a house rather than a wolf is bred. The wolf is obviously not bred.
I think that's the idea. I don't know that's always the practice. I think a lot of times, unfortunately, is what homeowners get into is they're sold a micro mini pig, and 5 years down the road it weighs 500 pounds, and they don't know why it weighs 500 pounds.
I've got a theory.
I think there is a theory that they fed it too much.
Yeah.
But the point is, you can call it whatever you want it. But a dog, you can feed it all day long. If you get a Chihuahua, you can feed it all day long, and it's not going to get 500 pounds. Unfortunately, it's not necessarily the same thing with a pig. Again, I'm not an expert on these kinds of things.
It's not like you knew a whole lot right there.
Dog is not classified as livestock, is it?
Dogs and cats are separately defined.
Andrew, as it relates to the pigs, and I guess specifically the pigs, maybe the chickens as well, I did have a conversation with a lady that's been here in protest several times, and perhaps some type of a compromise might be reached. You know, maybe some parameters could be put in place around the perimeter, and I don't know exactly what those are, but maybe I would ask that question of you or of whomever, if that compromise could be incorporated into this ordinance.
Sure.
Have we explored anyone else's ordinances that may address this, or are there others?
The bottom line is it comes down to this. The city, it can be drafted in 100 different ways. As a matter of fact, the League of Cities just did a big article on chicken ordinances. It came out in their city newsletter. I can draft it however you all want it. The bottom line is the city has to decide, do we want pigs within city limits? Do we want chickens within city limits? And if so, what restrictions are we willing to set?
I don't know what those reasonable restrictions are, I guess. I guess I'm receptive to it, but I'd like to know what some of those restrictions are. And before I know what those are, it'd be difficult for me to say yes or no. That's just my opinion.
Well, we can get you a list. I mean, I think I've been sent many versions, as Miss Western will attest to, of different cities. You know, you got one as simple as Lexington's, which says you can have you can have poultry in the city, and they say you can't allow it to be a nuisance. And I think they define based on how many acres you have, how many chickens you can have. But other than that, there's not a whole lot of guidance. There's even apparently you can have chickens in Louisville, which I would think you can have chickens in Louisville regardless of the size of your lot.
Do they see the pig? I see the pig staying in the house most of the time, but the chickens being outside, I can see where they might, even though that's her school project, and that's food for your table to have the chickens, but does they address the noise or anything with the chickens? Because I could see the noise with the chicken. I know the rooster crows.
They do. They don't allow roosters.
Aha. Okay. All right.
You got hens.
So is it a matter of interpretation of?
The hen's not going to stay there.
That's the idea.
So is it a matter of interpretation of a nuisance then? Is that something that we lay back on animal control, or?
They need more guidance than thou shalt not be a nuisance. That's not enough.
Okay.
It's not enough.
Sounds like
No, I'm sorry, this is a council discussion.
I just hate, I mean, to me, I don't want to change, the livestock, the livestock portion of the ordinance, but to me, livestock is about, and excluding obviously horses and really bigger animals, but if your intent is to breed, raise, and eventually sell or slaughter a given animal for meat, that's livestock. But if it's a pet, even if it's traditionally thought of as a livestock sort of animal, and in this case, it's part of a breed that was bred specifically to be a companion animal, I think that there has to be at least room in here for that.
Then you get into somebody having to make a judgment call.
I
on
was going to say, who makes that
Yeah.
call?
Who's gonna go and determine exactly what kind of pig this is? And there's no documentation necessarily. You got somebody with a backyard full of pigs.
But I mean, but that's intent. I mean, that's where you're getting into. I mean, if somebody is bringing the trailer twice a week and hauling pigs down to the Tuesday sale at the Bluegrass Stockyards, that's one thing.
Sure.
But if it's one or two pigs and they're not being, being raised for meat, they're companion animals, then I would like to see, I guess, room in this ordinance for that, because I mean, it seems like potbelly pigs have been around at least.
Sure. A long time.
I
20, 30
guarantee there's
years.
more than two in Georgetown.
Oh yes.
There's two.
Then I guess I would urge, if that's the will of the council, to set limits, such as you can have one, or it shall not weigh more than X pounds, or that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Where rather than letting it rely on an arbitrary subjective standard of if somebody thinks it's, or if the owner asserts that it is for private purposes or not for livestock purposes, it needs to be some kind of clearly defined limit. I mean, it's sort of similar for dogs. We allow dogs and cats, and we have no questions until you get to whether they're a nuisance or not. And that could be cleaned up as well, but at least there are some standards as to what nuisance is.
Subjective.
Yeah.
But we've got to understand that the same standards for pigs are not going to apply to chickens.
Right.
So we're going to have to work through that from both angles.
Because I can see one of the standards for the pigs, if we're going to do pigs, is it has to stay in the house a certain amount of time of the day. So, because that's going to make a difference to the neighbor if it comes and goes, like you bring your dog out or keep it out for an hour in a day for sun or something like that. It's not going to bother your neighbor so much. But if you keep it in the backyard, in the pen all the time, that's different. That starts to go towards livestock, and it's harder to justify it's a pet, even though some people do that with their dogs. But that kind of, that's kind of one of the things that could be put into it. Because everybody I've ever heard that has a pig for a pet, it's inside the majority of the time. So.
I think what you're talking about is creation of a nightmare for animal control. Is what I think you're doing.
Yeah, probably.
And that's what I don't.
Now, somewhere along the line, someone's going to have to make a decision on what applies to what.
Right.
Could be.
I understand people are appreciative of the ability to raise chickens in cities, and I know it's a growing movement. There are lots of cities allowing this, and if that's the will of the council, that's great. There are plenty of ordinances to be modeled for that. I do hear a lot of concerns from code enforcement that or from animal control that they don't know what to do. They get there and they clearly see a situation that they regard as a problem, that the neighbors regard as a problem, and they can't point to anything and say, you are definitively breaking the law here, or even that you're not breaking the law here.
What we have in place is not clear cut.
It's not enough. It's not sufficient.
And the sad part about it is not all of them have HOAs, which they address that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So is that something that we could write into a zoning ordinance?
What do we write writing into the zoning ordinance?
Earl's grinning.
I may address, the zoning ordinance does not take into account any animal control or livestock issues. The zoning is land use related only, not dictating a market or dictating what is a pet and what's not. I personally have received phone calls on snakes and bees and multiple other objects, but it's a matter of whether it's a nuisance or if it's trespassing or creating harm to your neighbors. That's what will we relate to code enforcement or animal control.
Well, speaking of bees, since we're stirring up this nest, that's another one of something that the thing with the chickens is going back to we're producing our own. We're living off the land. So Steve would be happy about that. We're living off our own. So that goes back with the bees. If somebody had bees in their backyard,
They are in town.
and they are in town, I would applaud that because of what they're doing. But on the flip side of it, if I happen to have an allergic reaction to bees and they got honey next door, I might be a little cautious about that. So this is bigger than pigs or no pigs.
We used to have hives on the farm that will turn on you.
Yeah,
that's
we
for
did.
sure.
These are conversations that cities have been having for decades now. It's the whole balance between the fact that we're a city and a metropolitan type area, and the fact that we want to be flexible and open to our citizens. And I don't know what to tell you the answer.
What I would tell you, Andrew, I'll go with the rest of council, it's probably the chickens. It's probably going to have to be dealt with in a different ordinance if we want to try to do something as far as allowing some sort of level of chickens.
Carve poultry out.
Yeah, we would have to carve it. Yeah.
That was really good. Carve it out.
Yeah. Put some cheddar on it. But as far as the pigs, I would, like I said, I would like to see some sort of recognition that people do keep pigs as companion animals. We want to limit it to one, and there are ordinances that, for example, the pit bull ordinances that you see cities adopt that specifically proscribe certain breeds of dogs from the city limits. I don't see why we couldn't put into that ordinance some sort of language to allow certain breeds of pigs in the city limits that we know that are known to be companion pigs.
You could, I guess, and I'll look into it, but I don't know that pigs are standardized, such as dogs, breeds of dogs are.
Oh, yeah.
There's several different types of pigs.
Yeah.
Probably even more so.
Oh yeah. You have different show pigs and things like that, just like breeds of dogs.
So is one of the requirements going to be that we require owners to show paperwork for their pigs?
I bet you got your paperwork on that.
I would say so.
That's fair. That's a fair.
Yeah.
I think so.
A fair criteria. It's certainly one way to weed out farming operations. Folks that are just going and picking up pigs, regardless, and sticking them in their backyard.
Okay, here's what I know what you all are talking about, and I appreciate what everybody is saying, and I understand. But I'm just going to say this: it's me living in my subdivision, and we don't have an HOA that says anything about that, I would have a hard time with chickens and pigs next door to me. I'm just going to say. So I'm supporting the ordinance. So I'm going to make a motion that we pass the ordinance the way that it's written and move on. Okay. There you go.
Do we have a second?
This is the first reading.
You didn't even let me read it. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Just want to move on.
I understand. Me too.
Well, not to put you out of reading it, but if we want to have a first reading, we have a first reading. But I'm not hearing much support for it.
Well,
I think what I was trying to do is get to see if there was support for Connie's motion.
Yeah.
Connie's motion is that we accept the ordinance as it is now written.
Did I do a summary?
Yes, you did.
I did do a summary. Good.
Would you like to hear it?
Pretty short one. Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
An ordinance regulating the keeping of livestock within city limits.
Now, therefore, be it ordained by the City of Georgetown. Section 1 amends Section 3-21 of the Code of Ordinances to exclude livestock from the definition of pet or companion animal. Section 2 amends Section 3-22 of the Code of Ordinances to exempt farming operations conducted on land zoned for agricultural use from the prohibitions on keeping livestock within city limits. Section 3 amends Section 3-27 of the Code of Ordinances to provide for notice of violation, 10-day grace period, impoundment of livestock, and a fine of $20 for violation of Section 3-22. Provides for the sale of impounded livestock to a farming operation. Provides for euthanasia in event purchaser cannot be found. Section 4 provides that if any portion of this ordinance is for any reason held invalid or unlawful, such portion shall be deemed a separate provision, and such holding shall not affect the validity of the remaining portions of this ordinance. Section 5 provides that this ordinance shall become effective upon adoption and publication. The full text of this ordinance is available for examination in the city clerk's office.
Okay, that's the first reading. And if it, I would say during the second reading, if it doesn't pass, then the council uses it once, then they can go back to the drawing board.
We could also use this as an opportunity, now that it's on the table, to, instead of coming back and having a failed second reading, we could, I'm willing to put whatever provisions, or get you all a list of potential provisions, or whatever it is that you'd like to see.
Andrew, that's a great question. I would ask the same, but I'd like for the lady that you and I spoke a couple times, I'd like to hear back from you prior to the next meeting, or prior to the, it would have to be prior to the next meeting, some of the compromises that you feel might be reasonable. We have to see them in writing, I would think, but I think this is more a discussion for the council right now, but.
Animals, and other people who don't like that mess, they will be free from there. Okay. And everybody will be satisfied. Just little provision, how far away from neighbor they should be, let's say 50 feet or 25 feet, just some limit.
That's kind of what I was thinking, Andrew. Some distance, perhaps some other communities incorporated.
I'll take a look and I'll get you some similar.
Fencing provisions.
Yeah.
Fencing provisions would be another one that I'd be interested in looking at.
Boundary line between your yard and her.
Now we can get the information.
As far as chickens and pigs, can't believe we're having this conversation. As far as chickens and pigs, or just pigs?
Still having this conversation.
I mean, as far as both.
If you would like that.
Well, not really. I want to get rid. I mean, the chickens, it seems to be a more complex issue that I don't really want to open up unless we've got a really good ordinance in mind. But I think the pigs can be fixed, kind of with your ideas. And with the breeds, and also your ideas as far as fencing. So.
And actually, talking about pigs, if we're looking into the pigs, changing the pigs, one thing I think with the pigs is that they need to be indoors a percentage of time. That they're proven that they're indoors, not outside pigs.
But how would you?
And my only caution is how you,
How do you?
It's the same way with
you
your
can
dog.
say that in intent.
Well, you can leave your dog out 24/7 if you wanted to.
Not in our neighborhood, you can't. But because our homeowners takes care of that.
That's
but
what I'm saying.
That's where homeowners does have its advantages or disadvantages depending on what the situation is. But that's actually, if you've got a neighbor watching what's going on, they'll know.
I agree with that would be a legitimate standard, but it would be an impossible, literally impossible to enforce provision, because it would require the police or code enforcement to be there 24 hours a day, and unless we're willing to accept videotapes from neighbors.
Have you seen is there any, I'm sure there's some that would, but is there any ordinance that you've seen where you've looked at the livestock versus pig that addresses being inside versus outside?
Not really.
Okay.
Certainly not a percentage of the time.
Okay.
I still say what you're creating is what we have here right now.
Okay.
One unhappy, another one happy. And
Either way.
Eventually, we got to come
It's
to
gonna
a
be tough.
decision. We got to have a decision, but I hear you.
okay, we're clear on what council wants us to do. Okay, we'll move on. Finance. Municipal order approving auditor engagement letter. Go ahead.
An order approving an agreement with Ray Foley Hensley and Company PLLC for audits of the financial statements of the City of Georgetown, and authorizing the mayor to sign all relevant documents. Whereas the City of Georgetown is required to hire a third-party certified public accountant to provide an audit for each year's financial statements, and whereas Ray Foley Hensley and Company PLLC has agreed to perform audits of the financial statements of the City of Georgetown at a cost of $23,000 each year, and GMWSS at a cost of $13,000 each year for the fiscal years ended June 30th, 2013 and June 30, 2014. Now, therefore, it is hereby ordered by the Georgetown City Council that the contract between the city and Ray Foley Hensley and Company PLLC, which is attached hereto and incorporated herein by reference, is approved, and the mayor is authorized to sign all relevant documents.
How many years have they now?
I think they had a 3-year, and our thought was just to extend for a couple more years, and then do the bid after that. For one thing, to make sure just to have some consistency between this position and the auditor, and make sure because obviously they've updated me on some issues with the city as I've gone through, because of their experience, and I think a couple more years with them, and we would be able to go ahead and do a bid and do that. But that was my thought on it. It was something Kirby even had mentioned before he left, that it might be a good idea just to extend through there.
I think we've talked in the past about a certain number of years.
It was 3 years, I think, in the past is when.
But that was the logic behind considering extending this contract, was just to have a little consistency. The price increase is reasonable, I think, compared to what we've paid for the last year. I think it was just a $3,000 or so increase, I think, even for maybe both of them combined. And it would keep our price static for 2 years. So, and then we'll bid out again.
What year will we bid out? 2015?
We would bid in, we would bid out for the spring, probably the spring of 2015 for the June 30th, 15 and subsequent audits. So that would be 2 years from now.
That'll be 5 years with Ray Foley?
It will be 5 total with him
5 total.
at the end of that contract.
How long is it typically? How long?
For an auditor contract, I will say with my experience of being a past auditor, it is certainly up to the cities. There are some clients, obviously this firm I'm familiar with particularly, but they've had some clients for 10, 15, 20 years. There's no legal requirement to change your auditor. It is the city's preference, and obviously when the bids come in at that time, sometimes it's a price thing too, but there's no legal requirement to change the auditor, just that you have the audited financial statements by a certified public accountant.
So you need a motion?
Need a motion, yes, ma'am.
Make a motion to approve the municipal order approving the auditor engagement letter.
Do we have a second? Second by Kelly. Any further comments? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Move on to the next item. First reading of an ordinance amending 2013 budget, sponsored by Ms. Sackett.
I'm just going to summarize. Stacy's given a good memorandum of this, but it's just pretty much housekeeping, moving around the $600,000 landfill payment that actually was on the books as a note. She's going to explain that to you. Just a little bit of housekeeping. So, Stacy?
The first thing I'll address is the $600,000. Obviously, as you all are familiar with, the sales agreement for the landfill was originally done, I think, back in 1999. It was recorded as revenue back then, and so it was shown on the books as new revenue
in the budget for this year, where it's actually the money that's coming in as a payment on a note receivable that they owe us. So it does not change the ultimate use of the funds at all. It just shows it, instead of new property sale revenue, it just shows it as a transfer from the landfill fund to general fund out of prior year revenue. It's a simple accounting of when the sale happened in 1999, you debited notes receivable and credited revenue back then. So this year we just need to show it as a transfer from prior year revenue instead. The other is, obviously, we had discussed in a meeting, and you all made the motion to approve, obviously, the funding for the schematic design, and we discussed some possible ways of paying for that. And so I've discussed here how we will have that covered. Recently you approved the sale of a 3-acre tract of land out at Lanes Run Business Park for $75,000. That is revenue into the business park fund that will be able to cover the budgeted debt service for this year. So instead of the general fund transferring $61,000 to business park to pay for debt service, we'll be able to use that $61,000 for capital projects for the schematic design, with the remaining $7,300 that's needed to cover that coming from our increased revenue of surplus property sales. We only budgeted $10,000 for surplus property revenue, and we've already brought in $39,000 this year. So, just like she said, a couple of housekeeping issues that I wanted to make sure we're taking care of, so that before the auditors come in this year, we've got everything squared away.
Are you ready to read?
Sir. An ordinance approving amendment number 3 to the City of Georgetown, Kentucky annual budget for fiscal year July 1, 2012 through June 30th, 2013. Sponsor Council Member Connie Tackett. Whereas the annual budget adopted by the City Council on July 10th, 2012 and amended on January 28th, 2013 needs to be amended. Now therefore be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Georgetown, Kentucky as follows. Summary. Section 1. Ordinance 13-001 is amended as follows. Property sales are increased $7,300. Transfer to other funds are increased $7,300. CIP fund. Capital outlay expenditures are increased $68,300. Property sales are decreased $600,000. Transfers from other funds are increased $668,300. Business park fund. Property sales are increased $75,000. Transfers from other funds are decreased $61,000. Landfill fund. Transfer to other funds are increased $600,000. Prior year revenues are decreased $600,000. Section 2. If any section, subsection, sentence, clause, or phrase of this ordinance is held unconstitutional or otherwise invalid, such infirmity shall not affect the validity of the remainder of this ordinance. Section 3. The ordinance shall take effect after its passage and publication according to law. The full text of this ordinance is available for examination in the City Clerk's office.
First reading. Okay, next item, first reading of the 2014 budget ordinance, sponsored by Council Members Lusby and Thompson.
Mayor, would you want to take a break this time? Okay.
Make the motion, Singer.
No, it's all right. It's all right. No interest. Keep going.
Now we have two.
Well, yes, I'll explain.
Go ahead and explain
to the public
why we have
here.
two.
Yes, so the public can hear. Of course, the council members have already been informed, but Councilmember Lusby and Thompson are sponsoring the ordinance. And in speaking with Councilman Lusby last week, the changes that were made by the council throughout our last several meetings, and the final meeting being June 3rd, last Monday, we were left with a budget that was out of balance by $51,000 and a few $100s. So he had asked me to prepare an alternate ordinance that would be balanced. So I wanted to bring you the first reading, or a copy of what you had actually voted on in session. The alternate ordinance, the reductions that I made to arrive at the balanced budget for the general fund were, first, it was brought to our attention that the part-time code enforcement officer was supposed to be on a list of abolished positions last year. They had made the motion to abolish all unfunded positions, and it was on that list of unfunded positions. But when the ordinance got passed, it was underlined instead of struck through. So it was accidentally left on some documents given to me to prepare this budget. Our staff reviewed that ordinance, reviewed the minutes and things that took place and felt that it fully was the intent of the council to abolish that position last year. So the first thing I did was take that out. It's not currently filled by anyone. It's a vacant position. That was about $23,800. In the other vacant positions, we have 2 vacant firefighters, 2 vacant crossing guards. The crossing guards I hadn't really discussed, but with Chief Bruin I've discussed about the firefighters, the timing of advertising those positions, the testing they go through, and other things. And he felt that it would take a few months to get those in place. And I have looked at November 1st as the possible hire date for those positions because, like I said, they haven't even been advertised yet. So we have taken out 4 months worth of salary and benefits for the 2 firefighters and the 2 crossing guards, which leave them with potential hire dates of November 1st. So that is how we arrived at the balanced budget. So basically at this point, you would need to vote or choose. I don't know if someone wants to make a motion or how that might go, to choose which of these to potentially have first reading on, if you so choose.
Well, I think we do the one that's balanced.
I think Connie and I were in the finance meeting today. Karen showed up for it as well, and I think Connie, unless I'm speaking out of turn, that's kind of what we supported.
I'll make a motion that we do that.
And we have first reading on the balanced version, the alternate budget ordinance that you were given.
And I'll second it.
Second to that?
An ordinance of the City of Georgetown, Kentucky, adopting the annual budget for the fiscal period July 1, 2013 through June 30th, 2014 by estimating revenues and resources and appropriating funds for the operation of city government. Sponsors, Council Members David Lusby and Marvin Thompson. Summary. Now, therefore, be it ordained by the City of Georgetown, Kentucky as follows. Section 1 adopts by incorporated exhibit the fiscal year 2013-2014 budget of the City of Georgetown, Kentucky as follows. Prior year revenues, $265,024. Revenues. Municipal taxation, $1,935,000. Licenses and permits, $14,770,946. Fines and forfeitures, $79,000. Intergovernmental revenues, $2,886,244. Charges for service, $146,900. Other revenue, $45,100. Other financing sources, transfers, $600,000. Total city revenues, $20,463,190. Expenditures, general government, $1,049,050. City council, $150,016. City clerk, $199,291. Police, $4,967,620. Public Works, $1,120,000. $1,123,588. Sorry. Fire, $4,632,642. Code enforcement, $67,878. Building inspection, $347,674. Dispatch telecommunications, $1,302,218. Utilities, $442,000. Community services, $3,965,263. Capital outlay, $1,218,200. Debt service, $917,521. Transfers to other funds, $343,297. Total city expenditures, $20,726,258. Proprietary funds. Prior year revenues, $668,209. Revenues, sanitation, $1,812,000. Recycling, $174,709. Landfill, $120,000. Cemetery, $243,187. Other financing sources transfers, $347,297. Total proprietary revenues, $2,697,193. Expenditures, sanitation, $1,795,278. Recycling, $242,918. Stormwater, $295,285. Landfill, $105,200. Cemetery, $295,199. Transfers from other funds, $600,000. Total proprietary expenditures, $3,333,880. Section 2. Authorizes the mayor, except as provided in the Georgetown Purchasing Policy adopted in Municipal Order 11-028, to enter into any contracts or agreements necessary to fulfill the operation of city government within the allocations listed in this ordinance. Section 3 provides that if any section, subsection, sentence, clause, or phrase of this ordinance is for any reason held unconstitutional or otherwise invalid, such infirmity shall not affect the validity of the remaining portions of this ordinance. Section 4 provides that all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict with this ordinance are hereby repealed. The full text of this ordinance is available for examination in the city clerk's office. Publicly introduced and read for the first time June 10th, 2013.
Jan. Georgetown Municipal Water.
Mayor,
Resolution Purchase.
I make a motion that we enter into executive session to go ahead and discuss pursuant to KRS 61.810, Section 1, subsection B, to deliberate future acquisition of real property at the Sims Road landfill, and also to discuss the purchase of the Mallard Point disposal system.
We'll take care of number 14
And number 10.
in the executive session.
And number 10. That's a motion.
Both items should be pretty quick.
Second. Okay, have a second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Let's take a break right now also before we go into executive session.
Yeah, I do that.
Where was the new sanitation?
All right. by Mr. Thompson and a second by Ms. Tingle Sames that we go back into regular session. So be it. We are in regular session. Resolution approving purchase of Mallard Point Disposal System Incorporated.
I think you want me to read that, right?
I think I want you to read that resolution.
I was not prepared.
Are you there?
Yes, sir.
All right.
A resolution of the City of Georgetown, Kentucky, authorizing the acquisition of the wastewater collection system owned by Mallard Point Disposal System, Inc., approving the asset purchase agreement between Mallard Point Disposal Systems, Inc. as seller and the City of Georgetown, Kentucky as buyer, and authorizing the mayor to execute said agreement and other documents necessary to consummate the acquisition. Whereas the City of Georgetown, Kentucky, the buyer, currently owns water treatment supply and distribution facilities as well as wastewater collection and treatment facilities, which are operated as combined and consolidated municipal utility systems by the Georgetown Municipal Water and Sewer Service, the GMWSS, an entity of the buyer. Whereas the buyer's North US 25 sewer force main is adjacent to the wastewater collection system, the collection system, owned by Mallard Point Disposal Systems, Inc. Whereas the buyer's wastewater treatment plant, identified as the Georgetown Wastewater Treatment Plant Number 2, has sufficient reserve capacity to accommodate the wastewater flows which are currently being treated at the seller's wastewater treatment plant. Whereas combining and consolidating the seller's collection system with the buyer's wastewater system will eliminate the need for seller's wastewater treatment plant and will enable the seller to decommission its wastewater treatment plant. Whereas the seller has indicated a willingness to transfer and convey its collection system to the buyer, subject to the terms, conditions, and provisions contained in the attached asset purchase agreement, the agreement. Whereas GMWSS has determined that it is necessary, desirable, and in the public interest for GMWSS by and through the City of Georgetown, Kentucky to acquire the seller's collection system and incorporate the collection system into the buyer's wastewater system. Whereas the buyer, by and through GMWSS, has the financial, technical, and managerial abilities to provide reasonable wastewater collection and treatment services for the seller's existing customers and the seller's entire service area without adversely affecting the quality of service presently afforded the existing customers of GMWSS. Whereas the buyer and GMWSS have authority pursuant to KRS Chapters 58, 96, and 106 and other applicable laws to acquire the seller's collection system. Whereas the City Council of the City of Georgetown, Kentucky, by action taken on February 25, 2013, has approved the purchase of the seller's collection system for the sum of $2,900,000 and has authorized GMWSS to negotiate the terms of the agreement subject to final approval by the City Council. Whereas certain representatives of GMWSS and certain representatives of the seller have negotiated the terms of the agreement, whereas the buyer, for the use and benefit of GMWSS, will acquire the seller's collection system, subject to the approval and execution of the agreement by the seller, and the approval and execution of the agreement by GMWSS and the buyer. Whereas the seller has approved the agreement, and whereas the Board of Commissioners of GMWSS, by resolution adopted on May 14, 2013, has approved the agreement and recommended that the City Council of the City of Georgetown, Kentucky approve the agreement and authorize GMWSS to take all necessary actions to effectuate the acquisition of the seller's collection system. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City of Georgetown, Kentucky, acting by and through its City Council as follows. Section 1. The facts, recitals, and statements contained in the foregoing preamble of this resolution are true and correct and are hereby affirmed and incorporated as part of this resolution. Section 2. It is hereby determined and declared to be necessary, desirable, and in the public interest for the City of Georgetown, Kentucky to acquire the wastewater collection system, the collection system, owned by Mallard Point Disposal Systems, Inc., pursuant to the terms, conditions, and provisions contained in the agreement. The agreement, in substantially the form submitted to the City of Georgetown, Kentucky, with such modifications as the mayor, upon advice of council, may subsequently approve as evidenced by his signature thereon, is hereby approved, and the mayor is authorized and directed to execute and deliver the agreement for and on behalf of the City of Georgetown, Kentucky. Section 3. The mayor, the chairman, and general manager of GMWSS and all other appropriate official employees or representatives of the City of Georgetown, Kentucky and GMWSS are hereby authorized and directed to take any and all actions and to execute execute and deliver all documents as may be reasonably necessary to effectuate the acquisition of the seller's collection system and consummation of the transactions contemplated by the agreement. Section 4. Following the closing of the Mallard Point acquisition, GMWSS shall incorporate the seller's collection system into the buyer's wastewater system. Section 5. This resolution shall take effect upon its adoption. The mayor declared the foregoing resolution adopted on June 10th, 2013.
Make a motion.
Motion by Mr. Leslie,
Second.
second by Ms.
Before we have a vote, I want to make sure we read the right resolution.
Because what was in our packet, the electronic.
Yeah, we missed something. We missed a few articles.
You read the right resolution, I think.
It's right.
Right.
You read the right resolution, but what's in our packet is
Completely different.
it's their resolution.
Right.
Okay, they're in different places.
Your resolution is at the very end.
Yeah.
Okay.
Theirs is the beginning.
Because I wasn't following. You were saying all the right stuff, but
I was right there
And
with
I was looking at the water boards.
You're right.
Is that right?
Same, but then they changed.
Okay.
But she read the correct.
Okay.
Don't have to read it again, Tracy.
Thank you.
All right,
It's a resolution instead of an ordinance. But
Connie, all right.
we have a motion and a second to accept this resolution. Do we have any discussion? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
No, two. Well,
Two or
it's
three.
6-2 or 3 down here. Not me, but.
All right.
Thank you very much. And we'll coordinate.
Okay. You guys hang around if you want to.
You'll have to leave.
Have a number on that.
Not yet, but I will email you.
That's fine.
Okay.
And then I'll arrange, we'll get some copies of the resolution.
we'll go ahead and get it signed right away.
Okay, Kyle, Stacy, discussion of the center of town building, Mr. Penn.
Yeah. As if we haven't talked enough on this subject in the last couple of years. We're now 18 months from the date of the damage to the center of town. And while I understand this breakneck pace of government won't give anyone whiplash, you know, we always want to talk about running government as a business, and I can guarantee that there's not a business out there that would sit idle for 18 months after having a little roof damage. I started getting calls 2 days before school was out, wanting to know what was going on with the center of town and why we were not back in there yet. Quite honestly, I think it's ridiculous, to be very blunt with you. Jenny and I joked this week about, you know, the New Jersey Shore being rebuilt in 7 months, yet we can't seem to get 10,000 square feet under roof in a year and a half. This council has voted on 3 different occasions to get the operations of the programming back into that building, and we're still not in there. So I'm curious as to, and I've talked to Kyle. Kyle and I had a long conversation Friday, but I can't seem to understand why this long and we're still not in that building. We're in summer now. There's kids all over the place down there in that part of town, and we still don't have a place for them to go. Parks and Rec is sitting idle, waiting for us to give them the keys to the building back, and we still don't have the building back.
I have a question for Mrs. Rimley, if she could come to the
Sure.
podium. Parks and Recreation Director. Hey, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Oh, fine, thank you. Pleasantry. I guess start off with, if the building was fine today, that the wind damage had never happened, what would be going on in the building as of this week? What would be the programming in the building right now if the wind damage had not happened?
It would be, it used to be held, this is probably more of a Robin Allen question than for myself, because I was only here for 2 weeks before all of that happened, so I'm not sure to the extent of every programming that was going on in the building. I know it used to be a site for, I believe, the summer feed program, so we would bus other sites for us to that site as well. But it was also sites for, we have after-school programs in there. Through the summer months, we have multiple programs that we create in there. And then we also would have martial art programs. There were, I mean, it was just programmed. We would rent it out for like block dances and have cultural arts programs going on in there. And then we would also do reservations, birthday parties, and different things. And
So where are those programs? Are those programs continuing right now somewhere else? And if they are, where
some
where
of
are they
them
going?
are continuing. The ones that we can continue at the pavilion and out at the county barn are continuing. Some of those we are not able to continue because we just don't have the room for them. And then we've also added some additional programming, which we brought to you guys last year at budget time as well, that we've created to kind of compensate for those that we had to get rid of due to either just not enough spacing or physical room to actually be able to hold the classes. For an example, karate, there's certain areas for kicks and things like that you have to have enough room for, ceiling height and those types of things. But there's other programming in there with that same thing, interpretive dance and different things that go on just within that core programming thing. And some of those programs we've had to fluctuate from what we were doing into another type of program just to be able to offer that to the kids as well.
So, I mean, I guess as far from being idle, you guys are as active with the programming that would normally be at the center of town. You're just doing it at other buildings. Is that correct? Other venues, is that right?
Yes, I mean, our numbers obviously have to decrease because of, again, the capacity and the space that we have in the buildings that we have available to us. But as far as programmatic, we are continuing to offer the programs. It's just going to it's just on a scaled down version due to the amount of space that we have. But as far as like idle, no, we're not sitting idle with it.
So all of the programming that you were offering, you're still offering?
No, that's not what I said.
Okay.
What I said was we had to change some of that programming due to spacing and things like that.
Okay.
We've had to decrease numbers because of spacing and those types of things. When we've changed that program, we've tried to add something else that would be just as equally beneficial in a different realm. So it may be something still with cultural and arts, but it's just going to have to be something that's toned down for a smaller group. So we're still continuing to do programming. It's just on a different scale than what we were used to in that building.
Do we have any idea why, when this building will be completed? Or will it be completed? Or that's the next question.
Completed just off the cuff, I don't know. I mean, it seems like every time we've gone in there to fix something, we found another issue, and it's come down to, do we just band-aid it like we've done for how long, or do we fix the serious issues? And the latest is the electrical issues, and there are a lot of very serious electrical issues in there. So I went out and Don Hawkins and electrical inspection and Dusty from the I forget what company. That makes sense. We all met, and the problem is it's going to cost more than $10,000 to fix the electric. So in order for us to bid that out, we have to know what we're putting in and where. If you've ever looked up in the ceiling in there, it's an absolute disaster. There's code violations everywhere, some of them more serious than others. But the conclusion we all came to was that we needed to actually hire somebody, a consultant, a third party, to come in, do an existing condition survey, prepare a plan based off of not only meeting with Parks and Rec and figuring out what programs go where so we can wire it just for that purpose, but also wire it so, future needs, just so we don't undersize everything. And I got a quote a week and a half ago. Out of the four companies I contacted, only one of them wanted to bid on it. I don't know if that says anything to you, but it says something to me. So we had a meeting today, and we were going to wait till after tonight's meeting before we signed off on it.
You know, when we discussed this originally, the plan was, and when we voted to go on, proceed with the insurance claim, the purpose was to bring it back up to where it was. Now, obviously, if there are dangerous violations in the building, we have to address those. But like you and I talked about the other day, there are code issues that are not necessarily safety issues. You know, what we need to do is we need to get the building back under roof. And like what we talked about the other day, if it's a certain section of the building that was affected by the damage, that is a section of the building that is subject to the new inspections and so on and so forth. We did not have problems prior to this with other sections of the building. What I fear is that we're going to get this thing lost in translation somehow of what we want. When we had talked about just getting it up to where it was prior, and we talked with Jerry about that, she said that's all we want. But now we're talking about, okay, well, for future needs and so on and so forth. I don't want us to get lost in that and drag this out longer and longer and longer before we get the programming back in there. So I guess I'm frustrated at best, and I'm sure you guys are too, but we've got to do something to make some headway on this. I mean, that's just that, and I guess I'll throw that out to council as well. You know, like I say, we've actually made decisions on this 3 different occasions, and if you're waiting for a 4th decision or a 5th decision or a 6th decision, that's even more frustrating because we've been down this road 3 times already. And if there's expenditures that need to be made, bring them to us and let us make those decisions.
And I will say we're not waiting. I mean, like I said, we had scheduled. I had asked Jenny to set up the meeting with the mayor this morning to go over the agreement for the quote we received before it was placed on the agenda. It just happened that it got placed on the agenda after I had already asked Jenny to set up that meeting. So since it was asked to be put on the meeting, but we've got that agreement. It's within the limits of what the mayor's allowed to approve. Kyle has the money in his professional services budget under the Public Works Engineer Professional Services line. We're ready to execute the agreement to move forward with the plans, the electrical plans, which is, like he said, what came out of the recommendation from he and Dusty Glass and Don Hawkins walking through the building.
But just a moment ago, he said that he was waiting till after this meeting.
That's what I said. After it got placed on the agenda.
After we discussed today at
Right.
the meeting, since you put it on the agenda, we were going to wait till you all discussed it tonight before we signed it.
Okay.
I think the biggest concern I would have is that whether there's violation or codes or what, I don't want to put any children, anybody in that building until it is completely, whether it's not a hazardous or, I want that building right before anybody goes in that building.
I do too, Marvin. I don't want the city to be negligent.
Right.
Absolutely.
That's why,
until the demolition.
that's why
Right.
I thought this was the best route to go.
Right.
Because
And you're right.
even though some areas of the building that weren't damaged do
There's
have
still
tough,
violations.
serious code violations.
Right. And it's our responsibility because we are running that building to make certain it's up to code. And
It's no one was looking at it before because it was all covered up.
Right.
After we went in with Wagon Oak has performed the demolition phase of their contract, and that's when those issues were discussed.
Now we know about it.
Right.
I'd like to ask Mr. Burgess to come up.
oh, Jim, you finally got here. You finally got up, didn't you?
Now, the building, let me see if I can get this straight. The building was code-wise okay before the damage. Did this damage put us?
Well, I don't know that.
Well, I mean, we have to assume it was because it was operating.
Well, that doesn't make it.
Well,
code
the
compliant.
thing is, the code's
Okay.
I mean,
Then I stand corrected.
Yeah.
Are we in a situation now where some major changes have to be made in order to meet code?
Well, it's been quite a while since I've been over there, so I don't know where it's at. But yeah, I knew there was going to be a lot of problems with that building, but it was kind of bid out and done before I knew what was going on. But that's the nature of the beast when you're doing a remodel on an old building like that. It's been around for 70 years. You know, every time you touch something, you're going to find something else that needs fixed. That's just, yeah, that's
my question.
Yeah, that's old remodeling. That's kind of what happens with it.
What was okay back before the damage came about is not okay now.
Well, I mean, you know, because we're opening the building up, you're seeing
what's
stuff
wrong.
that we didn't see before.
So even stuff that you didn't see when you wrote your first report about the recommendations about that you had about the building way back before we even had the.
Yeah, it turned out even worse than I thought it was.
What we
Yeah,
settled,
well, remember your conclusion then.
Yeah.
what we settled for as far as the insurance claim was, is that going to be able? Is that enough money to put the building back the way it was?
Now, what I'll say, the insurance claim, and Kirby had done amendment number 1 before I was here, which I believe put, if I remember the number correctly, it put about $45,000 into the insurance claims or deductibles account to cover this contract. So the $45,000 he put in the budget covers White Oak's contract, which was essentially 42 and change. Like I said, Kyle has room in the budget to pay for the electrical plans, and once we get that estimate, we will bring that to you. For, at that point, it will probably be in the new year in an amendment. We will bring you in a
So
cost.
what we need to bring it to council money,
So we can
because
get it
the
out.
amount of money we got is not going to put that building back.
No.
There's going to have to be more money put in the pot.
I mean, Jim, if I remember, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, Jim, but I remember reading that report right after the roof blew off. And you basically said, here are a lot of issues regarding code, regarding safety. This thing is probably, to fix it, the building's not worth fixing. We should just tear it down and just keep the lot and keep the lot. And I mean, and now you've seen even more, and that only reinforces that conclusion. I mean, I still say, and I said this a long time ago, either completely gut, and I mean down to just the cinder block, and that's it, and use it as part of an unfinished part for a police station. Just take a bulldozer down there, clear it out, and put the police station down there where the center of town is. Because I mean, it's just not. I mean,
You make that in the form of a motion? No.
well, I knew you'd jump on this, Connie. But, I mean, my goodness, how much more money? I mean, and we have a responsibility now to not just go in with $10,000 extra and throw it around here and there. If we know, and it's not just us, it's our building inspector and our electrical inspector knows of these code violations. And code is not just about whether we're doing it by the book, it's about safety, period. Right. And what are we doing? I mean, Jerry yourself has said the programming is going on. The numbers are down, but the programming is going on. And I know, and I have enough confidence in that board, and I have enough confidence in Jerry, that they're going to find new programming and better programming and putting it in different areas, and their numbers will be up in probably the next couple of years because they're that ingenuitive over there. But I just don't understand what we're talking about this building all the time. And you can put a police station there, and the savings between putting on an Oregon Street or where we're talking about putting it on Bourbon Street, you can take that savings and you can build a pretty darn nice Morton building for Parks and Rec somewhere, like around the pavilion.
I thought we determined there wasn't any savings in that.
I don't know. I did not make that conclusion.
That's not what the architect said in here that night.
Chief, was it not on the two different plans that we had in the beginning? The cost estimates was about $1 million difference?
Being up,
Being-
that building on the ground is a big difference.
Well, we can, you can completely gut it and at least use the cinder block framework.
Yeah, that's what he was talking about.
And then, rewire and put all these systems back
And the
in
mechanicals there.
for an unfinished space for a Sally port,
garage, those sort of things. But
Well, you got a good point. The point of it is that we can't, they'll say you can't keep throwing money into something that we're not ever accomplishing and getting finished. We just can't do it. And I'm a strong supporter of it being downtown, but if that building is in that bad a shape and we don't have the money to fix it, well, this is going to take $10,000 probably to be the electrical. They're going to be another $15,000, $20,000, $30,000 just to get it upgraded where it needs to be, or more.
I think Public Works and Parks and Rec all volunteered to paint it and do a lot of the finish work, but just for obviously electrical work, the other important parts can't handle that.
Mayor. Yes. And Chief, correct me if I'm wrong here. I think that we just spent over $70,000 for architectural plans for a police station on Bourbon Street.
$60,000 for the schematic and $5,000 for the core section.
$65,000. If we went to the center of town would that same architectural drawing be feasible for that site?
No.
70.
So then we would be looking at probably at least another $60,000 to $65,000 to draw up another plan
Move over.
to move. And we're willing, if we're talking about not spending $10,000.
Well, I'm not talking about not spending it.
Well, I'm sorry. At a minimum, it's going to cost at least $10,000, if not more, to go in and fix the building. At a minimum.
It's under 10 for just the
electric alone.
But that's still, are there still other issues other than the electrical over there?
Yeah.
Well, I think we discussed it with Jim, we discussed it with John, and of course, the parts that have been torn down, as far as what White Oak has gone in and demolition, we have the contract with them to rebuild those parts. And like Kyle has said, we've had a discussion with Jerry and about what our public works could potentially do for the areas that were not directly under the roof, as far as painting, cleaning floors. Parks and Rec is going to test their cleaning equipment on the floors to make sure, we can handle that. So we've discussed ways to limit the work on that area, of the spending on that area of the building as much as possible. So the electrical is the main concern at this point, and what has slowed the process.
Did you clarify this? Did
Yes.
you say that part of the contract with White Oak is to rebuild some of the inside?
The interior, they've gone in and done demolition at this point. So if you go in now, some of the walls are down to the studs.
Okay.
And basically, they're waiting on us to get the electrical fixed. And like Kyle said, we've got that recommendation from the group that went through.
Right.
And then once the electrical is fixed, then they would come back in and rebuild the walls that were in the contract as we bid it out and as we approved that contract in January.
And you're talking about the electrical that's not part of what they were contracted to do. You're
yes.
talking about the
We're talking
additional
about,
work.
yes,
Okay.
the issues we have found. I mean,
You
there were
be
obviously
clear. You talk about electrical engineer coming in and telling us what's wrong, and that would be upwards of $10,000.
Yes.
Not the work itself.
Just to tell us what we need.
Yes.
Not the work.
So that's not so.
survey, finding out the condition of what's there.
The
We'd
survey.
have to tell him what we need in each one of those rooms there.
And they'll have a proposed plan that we can send out to bidders to actually bid on, so that they're all bidding on the same.
Mayor, can I make two recommendations?
Sure, go ahead.
First, the recommendation is, if we're going to build a police department, we need to decide where we're going to build a police department before we go out and spend another $70,000
We've
or
done it 3 times.
close to it for another schematic.
Well,
Second question is,
well, as we stand right now, your first question has already been decided.
It's been decided.
well,
three times.
The second thing is that we need to know a total dollar amount of what it's going to cost to get the building back up and running. Complete cost, not just the electrical, but every other item, so we can really ascertain whether or not we're going to be able to afford to do it.
I think, and unfortunately, we do need the electrical plans to get an estimate. We can contact, before we bid, we can solicit at least a quote or an estimate from an electrician once we have the plan. The problem is we need the plan, which, like you said, is about $9,000. Once we get that plan and we can get a quote, then we can give you a better estimate of exactly what it will cost to finish the building.
Going back to my question though, what we've contracted with White Oak, if the electrical is completed or brought to code and that the study or the survey is done and the electric work is done, when White Oak finishes, is the floor plan as communicated maybe with Parks and Rec, or the expectations of the floor plan would be complete at that point when their work is finished that we've already contracted with them?
With White Oak?
With White Oak?
Yeah, once White Oak's work is finished, I mean, the building ultimately, I would hope at that time would be ready to go. Like I said, we would have a couple of things to work out as far as, there may be some, and it was in, maybe the condition it was in before the storm, but even the areas that were not in White Oak's bid probably need a fresh coat of paint. But we're going to work with Parks and Rec
We
and
could get the
Public
people
Works.
back in the building.
But the floor plan, the walls and so forth could be.
Come on, Jim.
With all due respect, that's
I'm
my
sorry.
fault.
Go ahead.
Jump in then.
It's budget season, Jim. Come on.
I know, but you have to understand Don Hawkins and my position at this point is we can't really tell you how to do it anymore. Now we're working for the state in that, we got to make sure the building is at code.
Right.
And yeah, I think you're generally right. Once White Oak gets done, once electrical gets done,
Can
but
we get a certificate of occupancy?
when I do a final inspection, I want to make sure all those old furnaces are working. You'll be buying one of those pretty soon because they're old. And then, we'll test everything, and if it's all up to date, then it can be occupied.
I guess I was assuming that would have to take place before we got them back in there anyway.
Yeah.
Hey, Jim, while you're up there, can I ask a quick question, Jim?
Sure, go ahead.
Would it be wise to have somebody like a Paul Lee come in and evaluate the whole building and put together a plan that included the electrical, the plumbing? I don't know what the plumbing is. I mean, this is just a recent development, but we might have some plumbing issues. I mean, somebody like him, I think you're probably familiar with him. I'm somewhat familiar with him.
Right.
Let him come in and lay the whole thing out. And,
Right.
If we're going to do it, let's do it right. Make it look good. Let's make it last for the longevity. I can't see going in.
So.
One of the biggest concerns I had with it in putting the police department there was putting a $4 million building on I guess a 70-year-old foundation. I mean, those kinds of things are just questionable. I would rather start from scratch and build all new. I don't think that's the direction. We've obviously voted 3 times, I guess, on the police department. I don't mind to vote again. But if we're going to keep the police department where we've last voted on it, and we're going to do something with this building, I think we need to bring somebody in like that. Not to take anything away from Kyle, but somebody to help Kyle, somebody that this is their area of expertise.
He's asking for help.
Somebody that's familiar with Georgetown, and they're familiar with the state building code. Because now, you just said, the state's going to be involved in this in terms of inspections as well, right?
No,
they dictate the code.
All right.
Will
they have to approve the plans though on anything that's done, or no?
No, I've done the building.
Okay. All right. Anyway, that'd be my recommendation.
What's his name again?
Paul Lee is a very, very good architect, I guess. He does this type of work.
I mean, well, that's what I would have loved from the beginning, but it was my understanding we try and fix as little as we can to get it open.
I know.
Well, and that was the direction the council gave.
And then you start, and then you find this problem.
Got bigger.
And this problem.
Just escalates. And I'm just saying, you know what? Now's the time. Now's the time to take the step, bring somebody in like this, and let's just see. Let's just make it right. I mean, Jim or
vote on it.
I'd be glad to. I mean, I just think in everybody's interest, including Parks and Rec, including the community, that this is the best thing for us to do.
Just have them
It's
do
going
it.
to cost us a little more money, guys.
It is.
But we're going to have a better product at the end of the day. It's going to last much longer.
Just have an evaluation.
Absolutely. Let him come in and design.
Okay,
it.
put that in the form of a motion so to give them the leeway to get started and get a plan and get a money amount back.
I'll be glad to.
Kyle, to have something like that done, how much money do you think we're talking?
We'll get an
It's
estimate.
under 10 for the electrical,
Yeah.
and that's a good price. I mean,
So are we talking about 25, 35 to get?
it depends.
How about we
are we going
authorize-
with an architect who has MEP on their team?
Yeah, let's authorize them to communicate with them. I'm not setting a price. They can bring that price back
That's
to us.
right.
I
That's
just
what
think
I'm saying. Bring a money amount back
this person
to this body.
would be, I think, ideal for the situation. If they're not, they'll tell us. So anyway, I'd make a motion, it's a professional service, to have Kyle or Jim communicate with Polly and putting together a plan and giving us a cost estimate of what we're looking at.
Andrew, can we specify the person?
Wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah.
It needs to be pushed through the professional channels, but we can certainly take the person under advisement. I mean, it is professional service, so we can.
What's
We
the
can get
service?
a quote from him.
Yeah,
Depending on how much he quotes us for his service, we would need to get a couple more quotes.
What's
Yeah.
the service?
Professional
Just-
service
I mean,
is-
to describe the service or define the service. Like, I guess I would ask David.
Well, I mean, primarily it's engineering and architecture. I guess maybe architecture as much as
Really
anything.
more like
Typically,
consulting.
architects handle it, and then they have a team of mechanical, electrical,
Yeah,
plumbing.
I mean,
on it.
He's got the resources. I do know that. And it's not him. I guess it's his company. That's the person I'm familiar with.
And I think what you're going after is minimum, right?
Yep.
To get it occupied.
Yeah.
So you want us to speak with him directly. If it's over 10, then we bid it out? Is that what we're talking about here?
Well,
Bring the cost
Or do
estimate
you just
back.
want me to send out the RFP, because it's going to be more than 10?
yeah. I mean, for a professional service, you don't technically have to do it. I guess I was just thinking, let them
It's our
come in and take a
practice.
look at it.
It's our practice to do it. There's nothing that says we can't call around and get some ideas, but in order to get official, quotes and get locked in, we do our professional services to that level at an RFP. We don't.
And we will, the state law, as far as referencing bids for professional services, there are sometimes some exceptions in there for architectural engineering. We have to look at that and make sure we're not. They reference professional services such as certified public accountants, attorneys,
And
et cetera.
What you're really looking at is an RFQ, because you're going to determine who's qualified. They're going to submit you a list of their qualifications, and you're going to say, okay, we're going to go with you. And then you go down the list and you start negotiating price with those. I mean, that's essentially how that process works. It's less of an RFP,
Right.
because you're letting them define really what's going on. So.
Can we also bring in, or just the Parks and Rec board, to see exactly how much value they feel they can get out of this building at this point?
I think it's a great idea.
Because I mean, I want to know if it's going to cost, $40,000-$50,000 to reclaim this building, make it ready for occupancy, or even more. Do they feel they can get that sort of value out of this building?
Well, it was 40 for just the 3 or 4 small rooms.
It was a $42,000.
You could probably multiply that by 4 or 5.
Because there was another party here at Parks and Rec. And as far as your recommendation about the police station, I mean, I don't have any problem, going forward and building it on Bourbon Street. It's just, we had dealt with this, and that was an idea that had come forth out of the police committee, and it's the reason I brought it back up. Because right now, I don't know how much confidence I have as far as the center of town ever becoming occupied or used in the same way that it used to be used. But hey, we'll see.
Well, if that be the case, we can't continue to fund it.
Oh, I agree.
I mean, that's just all there is to it about it.
So do we need a motion for the RFQ, or did Mr. Lesby already make that? Just to get an idea of what we're looking at
Just get
from a cost standpoint?
We can just get it. Yeah, I mean, two ways of looking at it. I mean, you could go ahead and authorize us to enter into an RFQ, and we can bring the contract back for council approval. Probably be the best way to do it. We can do the RFQ, obviously subject to council approval. So we can go ahead and negotiate the contract, get the best price that we can, and then say it's subject to, and then come back.
That'd be fine.
That's typically how
But-
we've done it.
Yeah.
But just for clarification purposes, though, no money's going to be spent, though, until
Correct.
it's brought back before council.
Correct.
Okay.
No harm in doing that.
Except the cost of the advertisement, if any, which there really shouldn't be any. We're not going to do it.
Not too much.
We're just going to do an RFQ.
We just wrote it.
We don't need a motion, do we? I mean,
No, we really don't.
No, you need
No.
We didn't need to authorize us to do it. Unless you guys want to give Kyle your
Blessing?
definite blessing. Go forth, young man.
Are we straight on what needs to be done? What the council is asking?
anybody ask the sheriff's department if they wanna buy the property and expand? If we were to tear the building down, ask the county if they wanna buy it? Just wonder if anybody's ever talked to anyone at the county that if we tore the building down, if they'd wanna buy the property to expand parking or the sheriff's office or something.
Or a merged city-county police department.
Wow.
Chief,
Blasphemy.
you're next on the agenda. Police update.
He's ready to speak.
Are we merging the fire or the sheriff's and the police department?
I don't know. One of these days.
Not tonight.
Not tonight, okay.
Those two crazy
But,
kids are
but
gonna
it's
find
not
out
over
one
yet.
of these days.
Really, the only thing I have to report is we have started a program working with Reverend Morton to coach in the Ed Davis Center summer basketball thing. So we're starting to connect with the Boston Road area, and we've got some guys that'll coach up there. So other than that, we're good to go.
Good deal. Council comments. What have you got to say that you haven't already?
Motion for adjournment.
No. Council, do you have anything to add this evening?
It still stands, Mayor.
Second.
Okay. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
I had 10 minutes on dogs.